Chapter 8:14. Enemies are bound to meet, Princess Yaoli. The yellow-robed man's eyes lit up when he saw Yaoli. He did not hide his evil look. Yaolong, are you crazy? Why did you capture me for no reason? Yaoli said angrily. Hand over the fire dragon's energy essence. The yellow-robed young master Yaolong said directly. What fire dragon's energy essence? I don't know. Yaoli said. Don't pretend you don't know. Yaolong said coldly. We spent more than a year and 5 people died to kill this level 15 fire dragon. In the end, it was killed after it escaped and its energy essence was stolen. There was only one team in a radius of 200 miles. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Yaoli's gaze instantly changed slightly, and she said, I, Yaoli, am a woman of my word. If I took it, I would definitely admit it. But if I didn't take it, don't try to frame me. And don't forget, if it wasn't for my Golden Ah clan and Shadow Spear clan, your Moro clan would never be able to enter the 9 great clans. You offended me today. Aren't you afraid you'll lose the Moro clan's heir after you go out? Idiot! Yang Dingtian cursed in his heart after Yaoli said this. Isn't this forcing others to kill you? Is that so? Yaolong said fiercely. We have to stay in the Dark Realm for 200 years. If I kill all of you here, who will know? And you, Yaoli, aren't valued much in the Golden Ah clan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have failed to get the inheritance rights. Yaoli's sore spot was touched. Her cold and beautiful face twitched. She said, Only a coward would hope for the inheritance rights of the clan. I want to become strong and go out to help my brother achieve great things. Ha! Yaolong laughed. How ambitious. It's better if you didn't mention Yao Qi. Now that you mention him, you've made me hate him even more. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had to suffer the shame of breaking off the engagement. Yang Dingtian was surprised. So this guy was engaged to Jia. It couldn't be. Even though Yaolong's cultivation base could be considered to be extremely strong among the young demon fox race, his character and intelligence were rather ordinary. Why would Yao Nu the second take a fancy to him? Annul the engagement? Yaoli sneered and said. Stop dreaming. Don't think that Jia and Yao Nu will take a liking to you just because you've become the 3rd young expert of the Fox Demon clan. The so-called marriage is just your wishful thinking. Because you are the most loyal followers of the Shadow Spear race, when you went to ask for the marriage, Leader Yao Nu couldn't refuse, so he dragged it out. Furthermore, your father agreed to the alliance of the 3 tribes to promote my brother Yao Qi. The Moro tribe even benefited greatly from this. Yet you're here talking about the shame of breaking off the engagement? For example, if it weren't for the help of the Golden Ah clan and the Shadow Spear clan, how could a mere clan like yours enter the Dark Realm? The moment he said that, Yaolong was instantly enraged. He said, How am I inferior to Yao Qi? I'm 200 years younger than him, but my cultivation is almost the same as his. In the younger generation of the Fox Demon clan, who can compare to me? Who? Yaoli, that idiot, is older than me, but his cultivation is inferior to mine. How am I not good enough for Jia? Yaoli said coldly. Your Excellency Yaoli is straightforward, upright, and determined. Although his cultivation is inferior to yours, how can someone like you compare to him? Instantly, Yaolong was even more furious. His face twisted as he laughed. Good, good. Jia looked down on me, Yao Qi looked down on me, and now even you dare to look down on me? Today, you're in my hands. Either you hand over the fire dragon's essence, or I'll rape and kill both of you. Yao Qi slept with my woman, and I'll sleep with his woman. This is fair. The moment he said that, Yaoli and Yao Zi's expressions changed drastically. Yaolong, you dare? Yaoli said. Aren't you afraid that the Golden Ah clan and the Shadow Spear clan will work together to force your father to cut you into pieces? If I rape and kill you, who will know? Yaolong said. At this moment, the black-haired man beside Yaoli said, Your Excellency Yaolong, we really didn't take your fire dragon's essence. If you let us go, we'll pretend that nothing happened. Moreover, we'll avoid you when we see you in the future. Although there are only 5 of us here, Our Golden Ah clan's Lord Yao Ming is also in the Dark Realm. His forces are stronger than yours. Ha! Yao Lung laughed and said, Brother Yao Ming must hate Yao Qi even more. He has always treated Jia as his exclusive property. Previously, he fought with me to the death. In the end, Yao Qi took advantage of him. Although you're his sister, I'm afraid that even if you die in front of him, he won't even spare you a glance. Otherwise, how could you, the princess of the Golden Ah clan, only have 4 Tom, Dick, and Harry by your side? These words obviously touched Yao Li's sore spot. Her eyes darkened, and then she quickly covered it with coldness. Then Yao Lun, the young master of the Moro clan, looked at the black-haired man and said, Bolu, your loyal dog is really infatuated. He'd rather follow Yao Li, a girl that no one cares about, than follow young Master Yao Ming. But don't be delusional. No matter how outstanding you are, you're just a servant, a loyal dog. When these words were said, the black-haired man, Bolu, trembled and his eyes dimmed. All right, let's not talk nonsense, Yao Lung said. I'll start counting down from 10. Either you take out the fire dragon's essence, or I'll rape and kill the 2 princesses of the Golden Ah clan. Then I'll evaporate all 3 servants. No one will know anything. 10, 9, 8. Yao Lung, the young master of the Moro clan, began to count down. In front of his powerful forces, Yao Li's team had no power to resist at all. Yao Li suddenly gritted her teeth and reversed her energy C. She was going to detonate her energy C and die together. You want to detonate your energy C? Dream on. Yao Lung sneered. Then, he easily locked all the profound veins in Yao Li's body and continued to count down. Yao Li gritted her teeth and bled. She didn't expect to suffer such a hellish calamity in the Dark Realm today. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yao Lung, the young master of the Moro clan, finished counting down. Then, he directly extended his demonic claw toward Yao Li's collar and suddenly tore it apart. Her purple-blue robe was immediately torn apart, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Also, her chest was forcefully wrapped tightly. Yet another one. Her breasts were clearly raging, but she was forcefully made into a peaceful princess. Yao Li gritted her teeth and said, Yao Lung, if you attack me, I won't resist. I can even cooperate with you. But let my sister go. She's still young. Young? Ha! Yao Lung laughed loudly and said, How is she young? I haven't seen many women bigger than her. As for the youngest Yao Zi, when she heard this statement, her face blushed before turning pale. However, she still gritted her teeth and didn't beg for mercy. This was out of Yang Dingtian's expectations. She was much more resolute than he had imagined. Sister, don't beg him. For this kind of person, the more you beg him, the more perverted he becomes. Yao Zi said. That's right, that's right. The more you beg me, the more I humiliate you. Ha! Yao Ling stared at Yao Li's tightly bound chest and said with a wicked smile. You've been pierced so hard. How big is it? Come, 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 let me take a look. Then I'll have a good competition with your sister. Loyal dog Bo Lu, you haven't seen your mistress' body yet, right? I'll let you have it today. Then Yao Ling grabbed the silk in front of Yao Li's chest and was about to tear it off to completely free her chest. Stop! The black-haired Bo Lu roared. His profound veins were locked and the anger and helplessness in his heart had caused his entire face to twist and his eyes to bleed. Yao Li was the goddess he had dreamed of for countless years. Now that he saw her being humiliated, he really wanted to die. Yao Lung, I know where the essence of your fire dragon is. Let us go and I'll tell you. Bo Lu said. Bo Lu, shut up. Yao Li said coldly. Princess, I have to say it. Why are you hiding it for that person? Bo Lu said loudly. I'm not hiding it for him, but I definitely won't compromise with a lowly beast like Yao Ling. Yao Li said angrily. But I can't watch you get hurt. Bo Lu said. Then he looked at Yao Ling and said, I'll tell you who took the essence of the fire dragon. You let go of Princess Yao Li and her sister. You first. Yao Ling said. If I say it first, you definitely won't let them go, Bolu said. Yaoling smiled and said, Smart. But if you don't say it, I'll humiliate your mistress in front of you right now. So, are you going to say it or not? After saying that, Yaoling took off his clothes and was about to use the most primitive method of men to humiliate Princess Yaoli. Stop, Bolu said sternly. He's a human. I don't know his name. Not long ago, he killed an 11th rank flame demon by himself. He definitely didn't go far. You said that we're the only ones in a 200-mile radius. Since the essence of the fire dragon isn't with us, it must be in the hands of that human. Then Bolu said, Now I can bring you guys to find that human. He definitely can't run far. After Yang Dingtian heard Bolu's words, he actually couldn't bring up any resentment towards him, even though he directly sold him out. However, he didn't do it for himself, but for Yaoli and her sister. This was a kind of precious loyalty and infatuation. Ha! Are you kidding? Yaolong laughed loudly and said, Only the Demon Fox clan entered the dark domain. Where did the human come from? Ridiculous. Bolu said, He's indeed a human, but the silver dragon bloodline in his body is richer than ours. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, he should be the current leader of the Tiando League, Yang Dingtian. At this time, not only Yaoling, even Yang Dingtian was shocked. This Bolu couldn't be underestimated. He actually guessed that he was Yang Dingtian? How could it be? He didn't seem to have said his name and identity before. Yang Dingtian, what bullshit. The leader of the Tiando League? What kind of random organization is that? Ridiculous? Yaoling directly showed the whites of his eyes as if he was a martial arts fanatic. He also had the ridiculous pride of the Demon Fox clan. He instinctively despised humans. The Tiando League was already the strongest organization of humans, but it was nothing in his mouth. All of you, go out and search the area within 1,000 miles. You must capture this bullshit human Yang Dingtian for me. Yaoling suddenly ordered. Yes. Immediately, the 20 or so experts under Yaoling shouted in unison. Young master, I'd better stay and accompany you. What if? The half-saint expert beside Yaoling stepped forward and said, What if? What if? Yaoling said sternly, These 5 trash in front of me, even if they worked together, they wouldn't be my opponent. Moreover, all of their profound veins are sealed. What if? At this moment, this young master Mo Luo's other flaw was revealed. He was extremely arrogant and conceited. Go immediately, before that lowly human runs too far. Search the area within 1,000 miles. If you don't find him, don't come back. Yaoling said angrily. Yes. Immediately, the 20 or so experts all left the cave and flew to the surface to search for Yang Dingtian. As for Yang Dingtian, he took advantage of the concealment when the 20 over experts left, and used the Devil Spirit Mist cloak to flash and fly out of the cave. After returning to the surface, he immediately saw the 20 or so experts of the Mo Luo clan forming a circle and flying in all directions to search. As for Yang Dingtian, after they were far away, he also flew tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, inside the cave, Yaoling looked at Yao Li's cold and beautiful face and said covetously, Princess Yao Li, since we have nothing to do, why don't we find something to do and have some fun? Then let's continue. Where were we just now? Oh right, you 2 sisters should compete and see whose breasts are bigger. Therefore, Yaoling extended his evil claws to Yao Li's chest. Bolu said angrily, Yaoling, didn't I already say? Stop it. But I didn't promise not to humiliate your mistress. Yaoling laughed and said, How about this, after I'm done, I'll give you a good time too. That's settled. You beast, stop it, stop it. Bolu roared wildly and struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. Yaoling grabbed Yao Li's scarf and pulled it hard. Suddenly, Yaoling's eyes widened. He didn't expect the size to be so shocking. At this moment, he couldn't help tearing off Yao Li's underwear and was about to pounce on her. Yao Li gritted her teeth and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't move. I'll kill you, I'll kill you! Bo Lu roared wildly. At this moment, there was a sudden violent vibration from the ground. Then, a strong sound wave came in. Ha 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 ha, half-saint energy essence, I'm rich, I'm rich. Yang Dingtian's voice directly transmitted into the cave using a special energy wave. When Yao Ling heard, his expression immediately changed drastically, and then a burst of ecstasy welled up. Although the beauty in front of him made him drool, compared to it, the rank 15 energy essence was more important. As for the beauty, he could wait until he killed that human and seized the fire flood dragon's essence before enjoying it. At this time, he immediately regretted sending all the experts out. Now, there wasn't even a person left to stay behind. However, these people's mystic meridians were locked and presumably couldn't run. Hence, Yao Ling quickly flew out and chased in the direction of that voice. In the end, that voice got further and further away, and Yao Ling also chased further and further away. Then, Yang Dingtian used the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak flash art and turned back. He suddenly sneaked back into this cave. After returning, Yao Li and the rest immediately had their eyes wide open, completely stunned. And that purple-haired girl's beautiful eyes completely shot out a bright light of pleasant surprise. As for Yang Dingtian, when he first saw the astonishing size of Yao Li's front, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was difficult for her to be able to pierce it so flat before. As for me, I originally didn't want to come and save you, evil woman, but I can't bear to see your sister get hurt. I'm also touched by Brother Bola's loyalty and infatuation. Otherwise, I'll really let you be raped and killed by that beast first, Yang Dingtian said to Yao Li fiercely. Then, he directly grabbed the two sisters with one hand, and directly tied up the other three men with the other hand. Just like this, he hugged the woman and carried the men on his back, directly carrying 5 people, and suddenly rushed out of the cave with a flash. Next, as if he didn't need mystic chi at all, he flashed and fled in the opposite direction of Yao Ling. Run, run, run! As for the 5 people on his back, they were completely stunned. Was this still the speed of a human? It was already so fast that they couldn't even see clearly. No matter how high Yao Ling and the rest's cultivation was, they couldn't catch up. Yang Dingtian almost exhausted all of his mystic chi in one breath and threw them thousands of miles away. Only when he felt that it was almost safe did he stop. After completely solidifying the few square meters of magma under his feet, and then releasing an energy barrier of demon spirit fiend fire, Yang Dingtian put the 5 people down. Yao Li covered her chest with all her strength and said, "Human, return my silk and robe to me." Yang Dingtian casually threw the robe on her body. Yao Li turned around and once again used all her strength to flatten her chest, and then put on the robe. Yang Dingtian said, "Oh right, I don't have the ability to undo the seal on your mystic meridians." "You can," the purple-haired woman said. Yang Dingtian immediately looked over. She was so embarrassed that her face was flushed red. She said in a low voice, "Use the energy essence to break open the seal on our mystic meridians. My sister has the energy essence." "Then come directly," Yang Dingtian said. "I need your help," the purple-haired girl said. "You need to use the mystic fire to melt the energy essence, and then force it into our energy reserve. Only then can you break open the seal on our mystic meridians." "What kind of intimate?" Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. The purple-haired girl nodded shyly. This was no ordinary skin-to-skin intimacy. "How about this, you help me break open first, and then I will break open sister. Sister will then help big brother Bola break open, okay?" Yao Zi said shyly in a low voice. Although her big blinking eyes were filled with shyness, they were also filled with boldness. "No, don't touch my sister. Help me break open first," Yao Li said. "Anyway, I don't care if I've been touched by a man." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Such a touching thing was forcefully made tasteless by her words. "Please." Chapter 8:15. "There's no need for that," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he took one of Yao Li's energy essences and burned it with the mystic fire. Immediately, the energy essence dispersed and turned into an extremely rich energy. Yang Dingtian used the million spirit demon fire's infinite wraiths to control the direction of the energy. Then, he struck it toward Yao Li's energy reserve in her lower abdomen. In an instant, the extremely rich and intense energy essence broke through the seal on her energy reserve and unlocked her mystic meridians. Then, Yang Dingtian attacked Yao Zi's energy reserve in her lower abdomen as usual. There was also Bo Lu, Alwen, and Ah Wu, 2 infinite great grandmasters. In an instant, all 5 of their mystic meridians were unlocked. Seeing that Yang Dingtian did not take advantage of the situation, Bo Lu had a good impression of him. He immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you for saving my life. I am extremely ashamed that I betrayed you in front of Yao Leng." Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "You didn't do it for yourself. You did it to save others. This is a very valuable loyalty. I don't blame you." Bo Lu bowed meticulously. Then Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Li with a mocking expression and said, "What do you plan to do next?" Yao Li immediately frowned. Bo Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we meet up with young Master Yao Ming? That way, Yao Lin won't dare to act rashly." "No," Yao Li said firmly. "I would rather die in Yao Ling's hands than beg Yao Ming for mercy. Father must have lost his mind to let the son of Chairman Yao Qi, who hates him, be his successor." Bo Lu could not help but say, "The chairman's term is only 100 years. At most, it's 200 years." Yao Li said loudly. "But Yao Qi is different. You don't understand his great talents and great strategy." Then, Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, as the leader of the Tiando League, you should understand, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded ambiguously. It was impossible for him to tell Yang Dingtian that Yao Qi was already dead. Otherwise, this woman would immediately go crazy. Like Jia, she was Yao Qi's crazy follower and admirer. Therefore, he did not hesitate to leave his family and pledge his loyalty to Yao Qi. "In short, I will definitely not beg Yao Ming for pity. If you want to go, then go," Yao Li said resolutely. "If my sister doesn't go, I won't go either," Yao Zi said. "I hate Yao Ming. Since you won't go, I won't go either," Bola said. Ah Wen and Ah Wu said, "We are the sword attendants of the Purple Princess. If she doesn't go, we won't go either." Yao Li said, "All right, then it's decided. We'll continue cultivating alone. The Dark Realm is so big, we just have to be careful and avoid the demonic cold. I don't believe that he will abandon his cultivation and keep chasing after us." Yao Zi suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, I want Mr. Yang Dingtian to join us." "No, I want to ask him to join us." Then Yao Zi opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. Are you Mr. Yang Dingtian?" "I am." Yang Dingtian instantly looked at Bolu and said, "Brother Bolu, how do you know that I'm a human?" Bola said, "Actually, you're more famous than you think in Little Western Paradise. I've seen the Chaos Times and your portrait." "I see," Bola suddenly said. "Actually, I'm very envious of humans. Even if they're from the bottom, they can still become leaders." Yang Dingtian understood. He was reminiscing about his past. Little Western Paradise was also divided into 2 types of high-level worlds. One was the High Nobles, the other was the high-level bloodline. The 2 of them were not equivalent. Firstly, the High Nobles were definitely high-level bloodline users. The Silver Dragon bloodline was high, and their martial arts talent was high, but they might not practice martial arts. As for high-level bloodline users, they might not be High Nobles. In Little Western Paradise, social classes were very fixed. Only the descendants of nobles could be nobles. The Bola family was also considered a high-level bloodline, but they had been the sword servants of the Jaina royal family for generations. This could never change. Of course, this kind of servant actually had a very high status. In the entire Little Western Paradise, they were considered to be in charge. However, servants were still servants. Of course, there was a better way to describe them, servants. Then Bola said seriously, "Your Highness, I also hope to invite Mr. Yang Dingtian to become a very, very important member of us. Immediately, the four of them turned their gazes to Yao Li. Yao Zi held it in for a while and said, Sister, if you don't agree, I'll win, I'll woo, and I will follow Mr. Yang Dingtian. You and Bola can go together. As soon as she said that, Yao Li's eyes flashed with anger. She glared fiercely at Yao Zi, feeling that she was too unreserved. Then Yao Li bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, Yao Li of the Jaina royal family sincerely invites Mr. Yang Dingtian to become a member of my team. Also, you will have a quarter of the spoils in the future. At this moment, Yao Li revealed her cuter nature. She was very straightforward and not arrogant. She did not say high and mighty that she wanted him to join. Instead, she lowered her body and seriously invited him. Perhaps she had always been this serious. I'm willing to join your team. Yang Dingtian bowed back and returned the greeting. Wow, that's great. Yao Zi said excitedly. We can finally be together. As soon as she said that, Yao Li's expression turned ugly. She glared fiercely at her, and then said to Yang Dingtian, Mister, please forgive me. My sister is too young. She has only been in human form for a short time. She is only 16 or 17 years old for you humans. Yang Dingtian said seriously. I know. Miss Azi is lively and cute. She is the most lovable sister. She reminds me of one of my daughters. She is already 11 years old this year. Yang Dingtian's words were undoubtedly expressing his feelings. He would definitely not have an affair with Yao Zi. Yao Li was very satisfied with Yang Dingtian's answer. Then she said directly, All right, let's head north again. The further we are from Yaolong, the better. Then, the six of them flew under the scorching sun. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but put on his sunglasses. When Yao Zi saw the sunglasses, although she did not say anything, she kept looking at Yang Dingtian. She was very curious and envious of his sunglasses. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took out 5 sunglasses that he had made and distributed them to everyone. This is called magic mirror. Wear it, and you will be able to see clearly in the day. You will not be afraid of the glaring sun. Yao Zi immediately cheered. She could not wait to pick the most delicate and light one and put it on her delicate face. Yao Li glared at her and then took a pair as well. The other 3 also took a pair. After putting on the sunglasses, everyone could not help but exclaim. Indeed, they were not afraid of the glaring sun. With this, they could walk on the ground in the day. The 6 of them continued to run north for another 2,000 miles. Finally, the sky darkened. Then, the 6 of them sat down cross-legged to absorb the energy essence and recover their celestial qi. Yao Li showed extraordinary responsibility. She was in charge of keeping watch. Yang Dingtian took out the 15-level fire dragon's essence. The surrounding people immediately looked envious. Your Excellency Yao Li, I have a few questions that I would like to ask you, Yang Dingtian said. Go ahead, Yao Li said. What do you mean by the 11th and 15th level? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, You humans are very careless about the division of martial arts. It's very crude. For example, a 9-star 9th level Grandmaster is very far away from a half-saint, but you guys are only in the middle. In our division, a 9th level powerhouse is equivalent to a 9-star 9th level Grandmaster. Only at 15 level is equivalent to a half-saint. There are 6 levels in between, Yang Dingtian said. In other words, the 15-level fire dragon's essence in my hand is a half-saint? Then what should my current cultivation be equivalent to? Yao Li said. How many times have you broken through after becoming a 9-star 9th level Grandmaster? 9 times, Yang Dingtian said. Then you are now a 9th level powerhouse. You are only 1 step away from the 10th level, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. At this time, he finally knew how far he was from a half-saint. The 15 level was only a half-saint. He was only a 9th level powerhouse. There were still 5 levels away. It was really very, very far away. Then, Your Excellency Yao Li, what is your current cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. 5th level, 11th level, Yao Li said. Then why was it so difficult to kill the 9-headed snake? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, demonic beasts of the same level are originally stronger than civilized creatures, and elemental creatures are stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Therefore, you killed a rank 11 flame demon by yourself, shocking us to the core. Then with my cultivation, how long will it take to break through to a half-saint? Yang Dingtian asked. Just by cultivating in the dark realm? Yao Li asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian nodded. At least 100 years, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian suddenly clicked his tongue, and then he recalled in his mind. Except for Wu Dozi and Wu Yuming, who used the evil spirit energy to break through in an instant, the rest of Wu Yu, Wu Lingzi, Hai Xian, and Poisa, without exception, all spent more than 100 years. Now, when Yang Dingtian recalled Zhu Qingzhu's combat strength, he realized that he wasn't a 9-star 9th grade Great Master. Instead, he was a limitless Great Master who had broken through multiple times. The reason why he left the world was probably to break through to the half-saint realm. There was also Dugu Xiao, who was also called a 9-star 9th level Grandmaster. In fact, he was an infinite Grandmaster who had broken through many times. However, those who had not entered the half-saint realm were all called 9-star 9th level Grandmasters. This concept was really harmful. Yao Li continued. In fact, the dark realm is not suitable for you humans to cultivate. The lifespan of humans is too short. You need a great fortune to break through to a half-saint in your limited lifespan. Because we, the Fox Demon Clan, have almost infinite lifespan, the dark realm is our first choice. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Yao Li too had urged Yang Dingtian to come to the dark realm. Then, perhaps, he had other intentions? Because he already had a grandson who was a demigod descendant, he absolutely did not want any more demigod descendants to appear in the Little Western Paradise. Or to be more honest, he did not want Yang Dingtian to appear in the Little Western Paradise again. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, why does it take so much time to cultivate in the dark realm? Swallowing energy essence is almost the most direct cultivation method I have seen. Yao Li glanced at him and said, swallowing energy essence is the most direct, but there is only one harvest every 1 or 2 years. How much can you break through? Unless you are like Yao Ming and Yao Ling, who only gave all the energy essence obtained by more than 20 experts to one person. Understood. Yang Dingtian completely understood. Only very few people could advance by leaps and bounds in the dark realm. Yang Dingtian asked. Then how much energy essence do I need to break through once now? Yao Li said. About 20 times. That is to say, the energy essence needs to be 20 times your cultivation base to break through once. Because you know, these energy essences are all used to build the world of your Sea of Qi. In other words, a mid-level 11th level energy essence is barely enough for you to break through once. Then what about my 5th level energy essence? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, don't use this 5th level energy essence now. Use it when you are about to break through to the 13th level. It can help you break through to the 13th level. If you use it now, it will be a huge waste because your Sea of Qi cannot contain such a large amount of energy. Understood. Yang Dingtian asked. Does that mean that after I break through to the 13th level, I will need at least 100 half-saint energy essences to break through to the half-saint level? Even if it is not that much, it is not far from it. Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air again, and then put away the 5th level energy essence. Then, he began to use mystic gathering pills to recover his battle mystic qi. After only 15 minutes, he had finished recovering. Okay, I will guard you. You go and recover your mystic qi, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li nodded. Then, she sat cross-legged and began to recover her mystic qi. More than an hour later, she used pills to recover her battle mystic qi. At this time, the 6 of them had completely accumulated their battle mystic qi. In other words, they were full of health and could fight at any time. Okay, let's go. Yao Li said. Search every movement within 300 miles and find any elemental creatures that might exist. Then, the 6 of them moved out at lightning speed. Yao Li whispered to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you have to be mentally prepared. Searching for elemental creatures is a very, very long process. You may not find anything for a year or two. Not necessarily, Yang Dingtian said. Then, it unleashed tens of millions of wraiths of the 100 million spirit demonic flames, which filled every corner within 100 miles. It could be said that Yang Dingtian's search method was more than 100 times more efficient than theirs. Today was really Yang Dingtian's lucky day. Only an hour later, the wraiths in the northwest corner felt energy fluctuations. Yang Dingtian said, 95 miles northwest, there is something. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. These elemental creatures were deep underground. How could they be discovered from 100 miles away? Even a half-saint could not do that. So much so that Yao Li glared at Yang Dingtian and felt that he was bluffing. However, it was their first time after all, so they gave Yang Dingtian face and flew toward the northwest corner 95 miles away. Only 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination and saw a brand new cave. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed as they looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Chapter 8:16. Yao Li looked over in surprise and joy. She had no idea how Yang Dingtian did it. He could actually find the elemental creature's cave from hundreds of miles away. Yang Dingtian, is this a coincidence, or can you do this every time? Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian, every time, I can do this. I can search every inch of a radius of more than 100 miles in half an hour. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. This was really heaven-defying. A radius of more than 100 miles, converted to an area of thousands of square kilometers. Even if a team of a few people searched quickly, it would take about a few hours. Because for a person to run and search within a radius of more than 100 miles, he would have to run more than 10,000 miles. And Yang Dingtian's search speed was dozens of times, or even 100 times, of Yao Li's 5-man team. Even Bo Lu, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu all showed very excited expressions. This way, they could find the elemental beasts in a short time. Yao Li glanced at Yang Dingtian, and then said directly, in this case, the ratio of shares has to be changed. You can't take a quarter anymore, you take a third. Then, before Yang Dingtian could speak, she waved her hand and said, it's settled. This woman was really domineering. What she said did not allow others to refute her. However, such an open and above-board character was really very cute. Okay, let's go in. If someone is fighting, we will try our best to avoid it. Don't fight with others because now we can find the elemental creatures in a short time. There is no need to take risks, Yao Li said. Then, the 6 of them quickly rushed down to the bottom of the cave. After more than 10,000 meters, they were about to reach the bottom. Yang Dingtian suddenly waved his hand and said, you all stop. I will go down and explore. If there is someone, I will come back immediately. We will leave here. No need. I will go. My cultivation is the highest. You all stay, Yao Li said and was about to rush down. Yang Dingtian stopped her and said, don't argue. I know how to become invisible and flash. I will go. Then, Yang Dingtian directly disappeared from their sight. Moreover, they could not even sense his energy aura. Yao Li and the others were completely stunned. He actually knew how to turn invisible? Furthermore, he was completely invisible. Yao Li, Bo Lu, and the others looked at each other. Meanwhile, Yao Zi's beautiful eyes lit up. She was in a state of ecstasy, and was especially curious about mysterious and powerful things. She immediately felt that Yang Dingtian was indeed very mysterious and extraordinary. Looking at Yang Dingtian's disappearing figure, her beautiful big eyes lit up with little stars again. Yao Li glared at her and said coldly, Ah Zi, don't forget that he is a human and he already has many wives. Yao Zi's delicate face turned red, and she said angrily, what are you talking about? I didn't say that I had to do anything with him. You are so annoying. Yang Dingtian's speed was very fast. In less than half a quarter of an hour he was back. There's no one down there, but I don't see any elemental creatures either, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li said, there definitely is. It's just hidden. Then, the 6 of them quickly rushed to the bottom of the cave. This cave abyss was very, very small compared to the Hydra and the Flame Demon from before. It was only about a few hundred square meters. However, there was nothing at the bottom of the pitch-black cave. There were no elemental creatures. It was precisely because of this that Yao Li and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. All the pores on their bodies were closed. Then Yao Li turned her head and said to Yang Dingtian, it's a shadow demon. Let's retreat. We can't fight. She didn't even dare to use sound waves to transmit her voice. Instead, she used her mouth. Shadow demon? Yang Dingtian was completely puzzled. Was this shadow demon very, very powerful? That's right, it's a shadow demon. There's no way to fight at all. Bo Lu's face was filled with fear as he said, no team, no matter how powerful, is willing to encounter a shadow demon. Even if it's a rank 9 or rank 10 shadow demon, it will annihilate a team of dozens of people. Fighting a shadow demon is not worth the loss. Although Yang Dingtian was puzzled, he seemed to have some understanding of the shadow demon. However, since Yao Li and Bo Lu said not to fight, then not to fight. Thus Yao Li led the team and the 6 of them slowly left the cave. Squeak, 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 squeak. Right at this time, an incomparably sharp sound wave energy suddenly came from inside their ears. Even in a vacuum, it also drilled directly into their ears. Then, a black shadow suddenly flashed out from the depths of the abyss. Its body could not be seen at all. Only its green eyes could be seen. Yao Li and the rest had just heard the noise and immediately ran frantically. But it was already too late. Virtually in the blink of an eye, that black shadow instantly arrived behind them. It's over, Yao Li said tragically. Quickly run. Yang Dingtian, take care of my sister. Yao Li used her fastest speed to block that black shadow and cover the few people to escape. Sure enough, that black shadow's sharp claws grabbed at the back of Yao Li's head almost like lightning. It was going to tear her into pieces in an instant. The speed was so fast that it was completely impossible to resist. Just as Yao Li was about to be killed, suddenly this black shadow stopped and did not attack Yao Li. Instead, it turned its target to Yang Dingtian. It suddenly scuttled onto his body and directly lay on his back. Instantly, Yang Dingtian shuddered. This shadow demon, which was called a bug, was like a devil, lying on his neck and sniffing hard. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian knew what this was. Demon spirit! However, in Little Western Paradise, it was called a shadow demon. It was also very vivid. No wonder the demon fox experts in Little Western Paradise were not willing to touch it at all. 1,000-year-old demon spirit would require several great masters, dozens of masters, and hundreds of martial venerable cannon fodder to kill it. Facing it, unless you could kill it in an instant, you should run as far as you can. That was because its heaven-defying abilities were completely impossible to guard against. First of all, its flash was faster than any expert's. And its sharp claws were sharper and harder than the bloody black gold sword. Moreover, its eyes, as long as one was stared at, one's divine consciousness would immediately explode. It would go berserk and kill crazily. Everyone, close your eyes and stand where you are. Don't move! Yang Dingtian shouted. Although she didn't understand why Yang Dingtian was doing this, she still instinctively trusted him and said, do as Yang Dingtian says. Yang Dingtian was immediately touched. This Yao Li was very difficult to get along with. She found it difficult to trust people. However, once she trusted others, it was almost as if she was entrusting her life to them. At this moment, Yang Dingtian said that everyone should not move, so she did not move, nor did she run away. It was as if she had completely entrusted her life to Yang Dingtian. This demon spirit lay on Yang Dingtian's neck. Its sharp claws were on his neck, but it did not make a move. Because it felt very strange, as if it felt a very familiar aura. Of course it was familiar. Yang Dingtian was wearing the demon spirit black armor, and the demon spirit mist robe. As for the demon spirit, it was an extremely ferocious creature that instinctively killed, but it was also very stupid. Therefore, it didn't kill or let go. It just sniffed Yang Dingtian's body. At this time, Yang Dingtian's life was always lingering at the gates of hell. Because as long as the demon spirit was willing, it could crush his head at any time. No one could save him, and Yang Dingtian couldn't stop it. Yao Li, this shadow demon is about 3 feet and 5 inches long. Its claws are 2 inches long. Then how old is it? What level is it? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Li said, it should be around 2,900 years old, level 11. 2,900 years old. In the dark border of the human countries, there had never been a demon spirit of this level. The oldest one Yang Dingtian had seen was 2,300 years old. At that time, it was instantly killed by the saint-level ice spirit. What do you plan to do? Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian, don't worry, I have a way to kill it. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Kill the shadow demon? Was Yang Dingtian scared out of his wits? A team of more than a dozen people may be wiped out when encountering a level 11 shadow demon. Even if a half-step saint powerhouse encountered a level 11 shadow demon, unless they escaped fast enough, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, in the dark realm, no one was willing to encounter the shadow demon, because encountering it meant death. And Yang Dingtian, a mere level 9, wanted to kill a level 11 shadow demon? Was he dreaming? Yang Dingtian carefully took out an energy jade box from the space ring and opened it. Inside was a level 4 evil spirit. It was obtained from Qin Chi. Sure enough, after seeing the evil spirit, the shadow demon was stunned. It stared at the evil spirit in a daze, motionless. Even if it was a level 11 demon spirit of 2,900 years old, its brain was also stupid. Yang Dingtian placed the level 4 evil spirit on the ground. The demon spirit jumped down from Yang Dingtian's body and squatted in front of the evil spirit. Its mouth kept chattering as if it was chanting an incantation. Then, Yang Dingtian raised his near-emperor-grade soul sword and slashed at the demon spirit's left hand. Suddenly, Yao Li and the others were stunned. Yang Dingtian had finally escaped, but he didn't run away. Instead, he attacked the shadow demon. Was he courting death? But then, an incomparably strange thing happened. The shadow demon didn't move at all, allowing Yang Dingtian's sword to slash at it. This demon spirit's arm was really hard to the extreme. Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword actually slashed at it hundreds of times before it was cut off. Just like that, Yang Dingtian raised his sword and slashed wildly, cutting off all the limbs of the 2,900 years old demon spirit. In this way, it couldn't move at all, nor could it hurt people. Then, Yang Dingtian used a thick black cloth to cover its eyes. It still didn't react. It squatted on the ground and looked at the level 4 evil spirit. It didn't move at all and chattered endlessly. Because even if its eyes were covered, it could still feel the energy of the evil spirit. At this moment, all its attention was attracted by the evil spirit. It wanted to devour the evil spirit's energy, but it was afraid and didn't dare to. Just like that, it was conflicted. It wanted it, but it was also afraid. If nothing unexpected happened, this demon spirit would continue to be conflicted like this for 10 years, 100 years, until forever. This was an extremely ferocious, but extremely simple creature. Yang Dingtian cut off its limbs, but he couldn't kill it. Even if he cut off its head, he couldn't kill it. Because it was an energy life form, it had to be attacked with energy to destroy it. Looking at the demon spirit that had lost its limbs and was blindfolded on the ground, Yang Dingtian said, "All right, everyone attack it as fast as you can. Use your mystic chi to attack and destroy its energy shield. Only then will it die." Then, Yang Dingtian made the first move. Clap, 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 clap. The devil sky-splitting lightning burst out quickly. Seeing this shadow demon that made all the demon fox experts tremble in fear actually take a beating without fighting back, Yao Li and the others' brains almost short-circuited. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, Yao Li started to attack with her mystic qi. Immediately after, Bo Lu, Yao Zi, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu also used their fastest speed to launch mystic qi attacks. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 of them used all their strength to attack desperately. This 11th level demon spirit was really heaven-defying. They fought for a full 20 minutes or so. Yang Dingtian alone released more than 300 devil sky-splitting lightning. Almost everyone's mystic qi was almost exhausted. Bang! Suddenly, the 11th level demon spirit's energy shield exploded. After the energy shield exploded, the demon spirit was extremely weak. A light mystic qi attack was enough to kill it. After the demon spirit died, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to wrap up the demon spirit's corpse with his energy cloak. A 2,900-year-old demon spirit was full of treasures from head to toe. Demon spirit heart, demon spirit eye, demon spirit black armor, and demon spirit mist. In the human countries, these were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. After the demon spirit died, an 11th level energy essence floated in the air. Yang Dingtian, go and get it, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian, this shadow demon's corpse is very precious. I want it. I won't share this energy essence. You take it, Yao Li said. I said you take it, so you take it. Because you have to break through to the 10th level as soon as possible. At that time, your combat strength will rise to a level. It will also be beneficial to our team's combat strength. However, this 11th level energy essence is not enough. The next one is still for you. We'll take the next 4. Alright then. Yang Dingtian did not argue. He took it and put it into the energy jade box. When he hunted another 11th level essence, he would devour it together. To be honest, every time they went to cultivate in the past, Yang Dingtian was the leader. All the distribution was done by him. Now, the leader of the team was Yao Li. The distribution authority was given to her. Although this feeling was very strange, it was also very good. Because Yao Li was indeed a very fair and selfless leader. Although she was a woman, she also had the charm of a leader. If Yao Qi did not die, she and Jia, one civil and one martial, could indeed become Yao Qi's most capable assistants. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but sigh for Yao Qi. It could be said that the 2 most outstanding women in Little Western Paradise admired and worshipped him. He could definitely be considered a hero of a generation. All right, let's go. If others discover this cave, we will be in danger, Yao Li said. Then, the 6 of them quickly left the cave and continued to explore the north. Today was Yang Dingtian's lucky day. He hoped that there would still be surprises in the future. The 6 of them continued to head north. Yang Dingtian released countless resentful spirits, and continued to search every inch of the ground. Just 4 hours later, there was a sudden burst of violent energy fluctuations. No way, another one was found? This was too heaven-defying. Chapter 8:17. In just an hour, they found another elemental creature cave. They were really lucky tonight. After Yang Dingtian sneaked into the cave to investigate, there was no one inside, but he also did not see any elemental creatures. It was really strange. No wonder it was another demon spirit. It shouldn't be, right? Moreover, this cave was different from the previous one. Yang Dingtian turned around and told Yao Li about it. Yao Li also felt very strange. She had never encountered such a situation. It was not a demon spirit, but there were no elemental creatures either. Therefore, the 6 of them carefully entered the depths of the cave again. Sure enough, there was not a single figure in the huge cave. Moreover, compared to the other cave abodes, this cave was particularly neat and square, as if it was a room. Yang Dingtian and Yao Li looked at each other. They both had the idea of going out immediately. Because a unique cave meant a unique elemental creature, or even a very, very powerful elemental creature. This cave looked empty, but it was definitely not empty. There would definitely be elemental creatures. Moreover, they were very powerful and unique. Yang Dingtian and the others felt that it was better not to take the risk. Then, the 6 of them carefully retreated. Guests, since you're here, there's no need to leave. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the cave as if the entire cave was shaking. Because there was a vacuum everywhere, there was no sound transmitted through the air. However, this sound did indeed shake the entire cave and entered everyone's ears. It was indeed a very terrifying and powerful elemental creature. Then, they saw a stone golem directly crack out of the cave's stone wall and walk towards them. Its entire body was made of stone. Only its 2 eyes flickered with a somewhat transparent light. It looked about the same height as an ordinary person. It even had blurry facial features. After cracking off from the stone wall, it carved out stones and made a table and a stool. Then, it stretched out its hand and said, "Everyone, please!" Yang Dingtian and the others were extremely flabbergasted when they saw this scene. None of the elemental creatures they had seen could speak, and none of them had intelligence. However, this stone golem could actually speak, and it could even speak the common language. Yang Dingtian and Yaoli looked at each other and asked if they should make a move. Yaoli shook her head. She had never seen such a strange elemental demonic beast before. It might be very powerful, but they could not act rashly. Yang Dingtian and the others sat down. "First, let me introduce myself," the stone man said. "My name is—" "What's my name?" "Sorry, I don't know. I was once a stone statue that was buried with a certain master. Then, I don't know why, but I came back to life." Yes, no one knew why the elements in the Umbral realm had come alive and become elemental lifeforms. "And then?" "I lived aimlessly, until a very, very long time ago, someone found me. He was wandering aimlessly in the endless dark world. He was bored to the extreme, so he asked me to follow him. He began to teach me how to speak and other things. Then he disappeared again, and I was left alone." The stone man sighed heavily. In the end, after a very, very long time, suddenly one day, someone came again. I was very happy and planned to communicate with them. In the end, they didn't say anything and directly hit me. Then I killed all of them. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. "By the way, you are here for that thing called energy essence, right?" the stone man asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. The stone man opened his hand. There were 5 energy essences in his palm. In these countless years, I dug a cave and attracted people down. Then I killed many people. The stone man said indifferently. "The feeling of killing is really good. I didn't realize it before. Then, I also snatched their energy essences and found that I could devour them. So, I specially dug caves everywhere to attract people down. I hunted them down and snatched their energy essences." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian shuddered. The stone man continued, "It's been more than 1,000 years. How many energy essences have I snatched? I don't know either. Maybe it's 1,000, 3,000, or more. I can't remember clearly. Now you are here." After the stone man finished speaking, he smiled at Yang Dingtian and the others. Immediately Yang Dingtian's hair was about to stand on end. What the hell? He thought that he was lucky, but it turned out that he was too lucky and fell into a demon's den. He didn't expect that elemental creatures would hunt people when humans hunted elemental creatures. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, it was normal not to have heard of it because the elemental creatures hunted were all dead. Okay, the stone man said. "I know you are ready to make a move. Don't be like this. Don't use force, okay?" Then, Yang Dingtian and the others only felt an incomparably powerful energy directly suppress the entire huge cave. The 6 of them were completely unable to move. Yang Dingtian's demonic spirit mist cloak and invisibility were useless. As for Yaoli and the others, they were completely unable to move. This stone man didn't do anything at all. He actually directly restrained the 6 of them. This cultivation was completely heaven-defying. It was no longer something that could be described as a half-sage. If he wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, it would be completely effortless. 2 hours ago, I killed more than 10 people and snatched these 5 energy essences. The stone man waved gently. Immediately, more than 10 coffins cracked from the stone wall, and more than 10 pale corpses lay inside. These corpses were very, very terrifying and strange. That was because the skin on their bodies was messy. For example, some were clearly women's skin, but they were put on men's bodies. Therefore, some corpses had both women's breasts and men's sexual characteristics. Some corpses had bearded faces and women's characteristics below. In short, it was extremely strange, disgusting, and terrifying. Sorry, I'm very cruel when I attack, so I often don't have complete corpses. However, I can't bear to see them without complete corpses, but I forgot what they look like, so I could only piece them together and bury them, the stone man said with pity. This was a devil. The stone man looked at Yang Dingtian. Then, let's wait and try not to attack, okay? Of course, it was better not to attack. If they attacked, they would die, and they would die very miserably. The stone man said. You also have energy essences on you. Take them out. Yang Dingtian took out 2 energy essences. One was level 15, and the other was level 11. How about this? These 2 energy essences and the lives of the 6 of you will be your wager. And my wager is these 5 energy essences. The stone man smiled and said, What do you think? Damn, this is your territory. You're so powerful. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Yao Li nodded. If I win, you will all be killed by me, and then the 2 energy essences will be mine. If I lose, you can live, and my 5 energy essences will be yours, the stone man said. Yao Li nodded. Okay, then our wager will begin. The stone man smiled and said, Please choose 3 people to bet with me. 2 out of 3 wins. Yao Li was very decisive. She pointed out Yang Dingtian and Yao Zi. Bo Lu and Yang Dingtian were very surprised. Why did she ask Yao Zi to do it? Wasn't it more appropriate for Bo Lu to do it? But since Yao Li had already decided, so be it. Okay, then it's the 3 of you. The stone man took out a human bone and carved 3 dice on the spot. These dice were not brought by Yang Dingtian from Earth. They also had 6 faces in the chaotic world. The highest point was 6. The first round you. The stone man pointed at Yao Li. Then, he made a stone bowl and shook the dice hard. Finally, he put it on the table and asked Yao Li, Is it big or small? More than 10 points was big, and less than 9 points was small. No one could cheat in the entire game. Under the stone man's incomparably powerful energy field, Yang Dingtian did not know the number of the dice in the stone bowl. Countless vengeful spirits could not be released at all. Yao Li immediately became incomparably nervous. Because winning or losing meant losing her life. A bead of cold sweat slid down her forehead. She bit her beautiful lips tightly. Now, everything depended on luck. Big! Yao Li decided. Yang Dingtian could actually guess that she would choose big. This was decided by her personality. You lost, the stone man said indifferently. Yao Li said, You didn't see it. How do you know? The stone man said. I rolled the points. Of course I know. This gamble is actually betting on my understanding of human nature. I knew that you would choose big, so I specifically rolled small. The stone man opened the stone bowl. Sure enough, the points on it were small. Yao Li's face immediately turned pale. She held back her tears. She was always tough and stubborn. She could be easily seen through. That's right. Yang Dingtian could guess that she would choose big, and so could the stone man. This stone man was not gambling at all, but playing with people's hearts. Your turn. The stone man looked at Yang Dingtian. Then, he shook the dice fiercely and finally slammed it on the table. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said, This time, of course, I still know the points. Furthermore, this point was rolled based on my understanding of your personality. So you choose? Yang Dingtian held his breath. Although this place was a vacuum, he still held his breath. His personality? What would he choose? Was he tough? Was he stubborn? If so, he would still choose big. However, He was considered to be tough on the outside but tough on the inside. He was definitely not as tough as Yao Li. He would never compromise on key issues. But in the details, Yang Dingtian did not care about compromising. For example, in order to join Yao Li's team this time, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate to bend down several times. In that case, he should choose small. However, clearly knowing that his personality was guessed by the other party, then Yang Dingtian would turn around and choose big. With this kind of twist and turn, the stone man guessed Yang Dingtian's personality and would open a small one. Then, if Yang Dingtian carried out the reverse deduction, should it be small? Because the stone man speculated about Yang Dingtian also speculated about the stone man. The result of this reverse deduction, Yang Dingtian should be small. Big. Yang Dingtian said directly. After saying that, Yang Dingtian broke out in cold sweat. His entire body went limp as if he did not have any strength. Since he said the answer, then it was up to fate. If Yang Dingtian lost, the 6 people would lose their lives. The stone man was stunned and opened the stone bowl. 1. 18 points indeed, it could not be any bigger. Immediately, the 6 people's minds suddenly relaxed. Their small lives were finally saved by half. The stone man said in surprise, "According to your personality, you should have chosen small. Why did you choose big?" Yang Dingtian said, "I'm not very confident in my intelligence, so no matter what I deduced, giving the opposite answer might be better." The stone man was stunned. "That works?" Finally, the stone man looked at Yao Zi and said, "Okay, it's your turn." Not only was Yao Zi not afraid, she was instead full of excitement and anticipation. This kind of thing seemed to be very exciting to her. The stone man continued to shake the dice. This time, he shook it for a full 2 minutes. Then, he slammed the stone bowl on the table and said, "Okay, you can guess now." "Big!" Yao Zi said impatiently without hesitation. The stone man was even more surprised. Why? You didn't even think?" Yao Zi pointed at Yang Dingtian. "I want the same answer as him." The stone man was even more surprised. Why? Yao Zi said. "Anyway, you don't understand." The stone man lifted the stone bowl helplessly. It was indeed big, 18 points. "Wow! I'm so good!" Yao Zi cheered. The stone man could have cheated, but he did not. Because to him, the real game was much more interesting. All these years, he had won almost all the time. Because he could always guess the thoughts of some people. Even if he could not guess one occasionally, he would still win if it was best of 3. The stone man pushed the 5 energy essences in his hand and handed them to Yao Li. "Okay, you win." Yao Li took all 5 energy essences. However, Yang Dingtian's heart didn't relax. Because so many years had passed. It was impossible that the stone man had not lost even once. However, no one had ever walked out of his cave abode. Because the legend of the stone man had never been spread in Little Western Paradise. So, it was not over yet. However, Yang Dingtian pretended not to know anything and got up to leave. At that moment, the stone man suddenly said, "Oh right, there's one last bet. You'll answer, okay?" The stone man pointed at Yang Dingtian. As expected, Yang Dingtian nodded. "I'll ask a question. Do you answer yes or no? If you answer yes, I'll let you go. If you answer wrong, I'll kill you." The stone man smiled and said, "Okay?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Do you think I'll let you go?" the stone man asked with a smile. Suddenly, the stone man's blurry face became extremely cunning. No matter how Yang Dingtian answered this question, it was a dead end. The answer was no. The answer in the stone man's heart was that he would not let them go. Because for hundreds of years, no one had left alive. So if he answered yes, he would answer wrong and die. If he answered that he would not let them go, congratulations, he would not let them go. He would stay and die. This incomparably powerful and incomparably boring stone man revealed the cunning and shamelessness of a powerhouse. At this time, almost everyone would bet that he would let them go. Therefore, everyone answered incorrectly and died. Yao Li's face turned cold, and she said, You're shameless. The stone man smiled and said, As a powerhouse, I'm already considered reasonable. Moreover, I've already given you 5 energy essences. Yaoli said, But you said that if we won the bet just now, you wouldn't kill us. The stone man smiled and said, But I didn't say that if you won, I would let you go. Yaoli still wanted to distinguish right from wrong but was stopped by Yang Dingtian with a wave of his hand. The stone man said to Yang Dingtian, You have to answer because if you refuse to answer, you'll also lose and die. Yang Dingtian looked at the stone man. He would not answer yes, nor would he answer no, because that was death. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at the stone man and said, You said that a long, long time ago, the person who taught you how to speak was called Shiwu Piaoyan, right? Immediately, the stone cave trembled. Chapter 8:18. In an instant, all the expressions on the stone man's face froze. Previously, its expression had been very calm, but its human-like expression was very vivid. Now that it froze, it really looked like a statue. Yang Dingtian repeated again. The person who taught you to speak is called Shiwu Piaoyan, right? Finally, the stone man had an expression. He nodded and said, Yes, how did you know? As for Yaoli, she had also looked towards Yang Dingtian. Shiwu Piaoyan was a top secret in the human countries. Almost no one had heard of him. However, in Little Western Paradise, he was indeed the most famous person. It was a name with a religious color. It was almost synonymous with the Savior. Although, he did not succeed in saving the world. Because the cadence of your speech, even the tone, and the ending sound are all imitating him. Yang Dingtian said. Also, your face was also carved by him. Although it has been eroded by time and is a little blurry, I can still see that it is his work. The stone man fell into silence. After a long time, he said again, How did you know? Yaoli also looked at Yang Dingtian again. Although the two questions were the same, the second one meant, How did you know everything about Shiwu Piaoyan? Because I am almost his only direct descendant, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Yaoli was shocked. That's right. Little Western Paradise looked down on humans very much because the cultivation of humans was generally much lower than the demon fox nobles. However, this definitely did not include Shiwu Piaoyan. Because in many works in Little Western Paradise, Shiwu Piaoyan, as a human, had broken through the limits of the philosophy of the chaotic species and reached the demigod level that only the Naga could reach. Even in the Little Western Paradise, this kind of level was definitely a high mountain that one could only look up to. As for Yang Dingtian, he was actually his only successor. Of course, whether it was Yaoli or Bolu, they were absolutely sure that Yang Dingtian would not lie. To a certain extent, Yang Dingtian would not lie, just like Yaoli would not lie. Although the two of them had different personalities, their characters were completely trustworthy. Oh, no wonder, the stone man said. But it's a pity. Although he was once my master, the person I hate the most now is him. So it's still useless. You still have to answer the question. If you answer wrong, I'll still kill you. Yang Dingtian was not surprised at all by this answer. Stone Golem felt that he had been abandoned, so he hated Shiwu Piaoyan to the core. Yang Dingtian. Even if my answer is correct, you will still kill us. The stone golem nodded and said, Yes, so no one who enters my trap can survive. Yang Dingtian. I won't answer. Then you will die too, the stone man said slowly. However, I will definitely leave your corpse intact because I can remember your face. I won't answer. We have to get out of here alive, Yang Dingtian said. Because I have to find traces of Shiwu Piaoyan. If I find him, I'll help you ask him why he abandoned you. Instantly, the stone golem trembled. If I get the answer, no matter what, I will come back and tell you. Yang Dingtian continued. If you let us out, I will help you find the answer to why you were abandoned. Whether there is an answer or not, I will come back and tell you. This is our agreement. The facial features of the blurry face shattered a little because of the emotional fluctuations, and the gravel fell down. Then, its stone face twitched. It was a stone golem, so there were no tears, However, what Yang Dingtian said was the most painful thing in its heart, the thing that it hated the most, and the thing that it couldn't let go of. Back then, why did its master abandon it? He gave it wisdom, taught it to speak, and turned it from an ignorant life into an intelligent life that learned joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. The stone golem thought that it would always be like this. Until one day, its master disappeared, leaving it alone in the dark world. That feeling was completely indescribable. Although the stone golem was very powerful and had wisdom, however, its mind was still the same as a pet. A pet abandoned by its master, especially an intelligent pet, was the most painful. Moreover, it was left behind in this lonely dark world. Therefore, this pain tortured it, causing it to become dark and cruel. It specialized in hunting people for pleasure. It wasn't even for the sake of becoming stronger, because strength was useless to a stone man like it. Why did its master abandon it? It was a question that it could not answer even if it exhausted all of its pain. Moreover, it would continue to torture it. If someone was willing to give it an answer, it was willing to pay a lot of things in exchange. The lives of Yang Dingtian and the others were nothing. I believe in your promise. You are a man of your words. The stone golem slowly said. I will wait for you here. Good. Yang Dingtian. Then tell me first, before coming to the second dark domain, where did you and master go? Many places. The stone golem said. But at that time, my wisdom had just been enlightened, so I could not remember too many things. Did he write or leave any scrolls in the second dark domain? Yang Dingtian asked. The stone golem fell into deep thought. It pondered for a full hour. I am very sorry. The stone golem said. I am not a true intelligent life form after all. I do not have a human brain, so I cannot store a lot of information. I can only store limited information. This so-called scroll of yours is probably not important in my eyes, so I did not store it. However, in the vague feedback from my memory, it should be there. He did leave a scroll, but I cannot remember where it is. In the second dark domain? Yang Dingtian asked. Probably not. The stone golem said. Because, after we came here, he spent almost all of his time thinking. Thank you for the information. Yang Dingtian. Then goodbye. Please, the stone golem said. Just like that, Yang Dingtian and the others returned to the surface. This trip was truly a frightening one. It seemed that they could not simply barge into any cave. No wonder 9 out of 10 people who entered the dark domain to cultivate did not return. It was simply too dangerous. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian was related to Shiwu Piaoyan. Otherwise, he would have died 10 times over. After coming out, Yang Dingtian could not help but ask. Yaoli, what is the cultivation of this stone golem? I don't know. Yaoli shook her head and said. It's unfathomable. I can't see clearly. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. If even Yaoli could not see clearly, then what cultivation level was that? At least, it was a cultivation level that Yang Dingtian could not imagine. Yaoli continued. Moreover, over the years, there must have been many saint-level powerhouses who entered the stone golem's cave to cultivate in the dark domain. Some teams even had more than one saint-level powerhouse. However, they are all dead. From this, we can infer how strong this stone golem's cultivation is. Yang Dingtian, this stone golem is just your master's pet, and it is already so powerful. How powerful must your master be? Yao Zi's beautiful eyes were filled with little stars. Yao Li glared fiercely at Yao Zi and then opened the energy jade box. There were 5 energy essences inside. It was the fruit of a team of more than 10 people that the stone golem had just killed. Yao Li picked out the largest one and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This should be the energy essence of an 11th level 9th grade. After fusing with the 11th level Balrog essence in your hand and devouring it together, you should be able to break through to the 10th level. Yang Dingtian took it. Then Yao Li kept one for herself, gave one to Yao Zi, one to Bo Lu, and one to Ah Wen and Ah Wu. Yao Li said, Don't devour it here. It's too close to the cave. Someone might come. While the sky is still dark, Let's find a place and devour the energy essences. Okay. Immediately, everyone continued to fly toward the north. In just a moment, they suddenly saw more than 10 figures. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, Yao Li, and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their hair stood on end as they drew their swords and prepared to fight. One should know that in the dark domain, everyone was a competitor. Even if they were familiar with each other in the little western paradise, they might draw their swords here. And when the other party discovered Yao Li, Yang Dingtian, and the others, their first reaction was to draw their weapons. Yang Dingtian could only pray that they were not Yao Ling's people. Isn't this the princess of the Golden Ah clan, Sister Yao Li? Suddenly, an enchanting and sarcastic voice came from the opposite side. When Yao Li saw who it was, she frowned and sheathed her sword. Yao Luo, the daughter of a high noble from Silver City. Her clan's elder was once the deputy chairman of His Excellency Yongxi, Yao Li said. Sometimes there was a deputy chairman of Little Western Paradise, and sometimes there wasn't. When a family contributed a lot to a chairman, and the chairman had to rely on this family for many things, he would choose a representative from this family to be his deputy chairman. Yang Ditian looked up and saw that this Yao Luo was extremely seductive. Even in the dark domain, she was still dressed very sexily. As for the dozen or so people around her, they were all demon fox males. It was obvious that they were all her protectors. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking over, Yao Luo hooked her hand and said, "Mister, don't follow Yao Li anymore. Follow me. You'll definitely be rewarded." After saying that, she even cast a seductive glance at Yang Dingtian and bent down, making the cleavage in front of her chest even deeper. Presumably, she used this method to recruit helpers. "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said with a smile, and then ignored her. Yao Luo was snubbed. She curled her lips and said, "Another blind toad. Yao Li only has the chairman in her eyes. She doesn't care about toads like you." Then, she led the dozen escorts and headed south, in the direction of the Stone Man's cave. Yao Li hesitated for a moment and said, "Yao Luo, although I hate you, I have to tell you, don't go south anymore. There's danger ahead." Yao Luo's beautiful eyes turned and said, "It should be the opposite. There must be elemental creatures ahead. You guys can't beat them and ran away, but you don't want to let us off easy." "But I want to go, hee." After that, Yao Luo laughed lasciviously and flew towards the south at lightning speed. These dozen people were dead for sure. They were going to become the Stone Man's prey again. Yao Li shook her head. Then, the 6 of them put away their swords and continued to fly north. Finding a relatively secluded place, Yao Li said, "Yang Dingtian, devour the energy essence. Bolu and I will stand guard for you." Yang Dingtian did not argue and nodded. Then, he fused the energy essence of the rank 11 fire demon and an rank 11 rank 9 energy essence together. Immediately it turned into a faint purple energy essence. Then Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to devour the energy essence in his hand. Boom! Immediately, this energy essence that was infinitely close to the 12th rank poured into Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, and into his chi vessel like an avalanche. This energy was really too domineering. When it poured into Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't bear it. Before he broke through, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes and he almost fainted instantly. Yang Dingtian poured in all his willpower and forced himself to stay awake. He continued to devour the energy essence. An energy essence that was close to rank 12 was indeed incomparably powerful. Originally, it was very difficult to break through from the 9th rank to the 10th rank because it involved the concept of rank. Just like breaking through from rank 9 revered martial artist to master or breaking through from rank 9 martial artist to great grand master, it was all very difficult. Of course, breaking through from rank 9 to rank 10 was definitely not as difficult as breaking through to great grand master. Because the most difficult hurdle was between rank 9 and rank 15. It was only a quarter of an hour. Yang Dingtian's energy reserve was completely filled. Then, it began to expand. Boom! The entire energy reserve suddenly exploded. Then, his entire body sank into nothingness. He very, very smoothly broke through to rank 10 powerhouse. However, the devouring of the energy essence was not over yet. Endless amounts of energy continued to pour into his body. Soon, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve was once again filled to the brim. Boom! Instantly, Yang Dingtian once again sank into nothingness. His cultivation had once again broken through to the first grade of the 10th rank. However, the devouring of the energy essence still continued. Yao Li, who was at the side, was stunned. Yang Dingtian's profound veins and energy reserve were actually so heaven-defying. His utilization of the energy essence was actually so high. Under such circumstances, the demon fox high noble would at most break through to rank 10 powerhouse before exhausting his energy. However, Yang Dingtian was actually able to break through again. In the end, Yang Dingtian did not break through to rank 10 rank 2. He was only a little bit away, but it was already enough to shock everyone. After devouring, Yang Dingtian felt his own cultivation. Compared to when he was a 9-star rank 9 great grandmaster, his current cultivation was about 7 to 8 times. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian. You're really much more special than I thought. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing how long you'll take to break through to rank 15 half-saint. Yang Dingtian. I can't say how much I'll break through. I can only stay here for a year at most. Then I'll go to another dark realm. So, we have to race against time. I suggest that we don't hide to rest during the day. Continue to cultivate. Yao Li thought for a while and suddenly nodded. After the sun rose, Yang Dingtian and the other 5 did not enter the cave to rest. Instead, they continued to explore and hunt. Time flowed like water, quickly passing by. Soon 2 months had passed. Chapter 8:19. The harvest in these short 2 months had completely exceeded the imagination of Yao Li and the others. It was simply too crazy. Previously, it would often take a year and a half to successfully hunt one elemental creature because it was too difficult to search for elemental creatures in such an extremely dark environment. That was right, there were indeed many elemental creatures in the dark realm. But basically, they would only be discovered when they were digging a cave. And the time that the cave existed was usually not long, and it would be completely submerged by magma during the day. So it was often that a cave would appear in a place that had just been explored 2 hours ago, and then one would miss the opportunity forever. But with Yang Dingtian, it was completely different. In less than 10 minutes, he would be able to search every inch of the area within 100 miles. The countless wraiths of the million spirit demon fire were more powerful than the most powerful radar. In fact, Little Western Paradise had developed many similar energy detectors, but there was no doubt that they had all failed. Because all the energy particles with life could not survive in the dark realm. In these 2 months, Yao Li's team had a harvest every day. Not only did they have a harvest at night, but after obtaining Yang Dingtian's sunglasses, they also had a harvest during the day. At the very least, they could hunt 1 elemental creature a day. At the very most, there were 4. Speaking of which, when Yang Dingtian first entered the dark realm, even with the detection of wraiths, he could not find a single one for 10 days to half a month. First of all, it was because he had detected wrongly and did not discover the cave, but thought that these elemental creatures would swim on the ground. Secondly, that was the starting point of the second dark realm. After countless years of hunting, most of the elemental creatures had long been killed. And here, they were already more than 20,000 miles deep into the second dark realm, so their harvest was naturally much greater. In these 2 months, Yao Li's team had hunted a total of 129 elemental creatures, which meant that they had a total of 129 energy essences. The highest level, level 11, class 8. The lowest level, level 9, class 5. Why was the highest level only level 11, class 8? They must have encountered an elemental creature of a higher level. But they did not fight it. Because there was no need to risk their lives, after Yang Dingtian went invisible to take a look, as long as it was above level 12, he gave up. Elemental creatures of the 12th rank were very, very, very powerful. Yang Dingtian's team was very difficult to eliminate, and there would definitely be casualties. In the past 2 months, they had given up more than a dozen elemental creatures of grade 12 and above. Not only that, there were also more than 50 caves that had given up because there were already people fighting. In the end, Yang Dingtian received a total of 50 elemental essences. Yao Li received 30 while Yao Zi received 20. Bola was given 15. The Ao Wen and Ao Wu brothers received 14. That's right, the ratios seemed a little off. Yao Zi got more and Bo Lu got less. In reality, Yao Li's way of dividing was already benevolent to the extreme. In Little Western Paradise, the hierarchy was very strict. As retainers, Bo Lu, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu didn't have the power to divide the profits. How much was given depended entirely on the master's gift. Therefore, the ratio that the three of them received was already unprecedented. Because of Yang Dingtian's existence, Bo Lu, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu's gains had completely surpassed those of the young masters of the large clans who had teams of dozens of people. After 2 months of hunting and devouring, Yao Li had broken through to the 8th rank of the 11th rank from the 5th rank of the 11th rank. Bo Lu had also broken through to the 5th rank of the 11th rank from the 3rd rank of the 11th rank. The Ao Wen and Ao Wu brothers had also broken through to the 9th rank of the 9th rank. Yao Zi had broken through to the 9th rank of the 9th rank from the beginner of the 9th rank. She was also facing a breakthrough to the 10th rank. As for Yang Dingtian, he had received 50 energy essences. Moreover, Yao Li had also given a considerable portion of the high-level energy essences to him. Out of the 50 energy essences, he had synthesized 5 energy essences of the 9th rank of the 11th rank. After devouring, Yang Dingtian had broken through to the 7th rank of the 10th rank from the 1st rank of the 10th rank. That's right, it seemed that Yang Dingtian's breakthrough wasn't as great as Yao Zi's. But there was no other way. The further one went, the harder it was to break through. Moreover, a breakthrough in the dark realm was already considered very heaven-defying. Directly devouring energy to break through was unimaginable in the human countries. Now, Yang Dingtian was becoming more and more suspicious. How exactly did Walingzi break through to the half-saint level? This didn't make sense. Now, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the infinite great master level was already the limit of cultivation in the human countries. It was impossible to break through to the half-saint level with normal cultivation. Otherwise, Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't have left the human countries to seek breakthroughs in other places. That was because the celestial qi energy in the human countries was getting thinner by the day. Even though Yang Dingtian's breakthrough was fast, 2 months had passed. However, 2 months had passed, and there were still 10 months before he would leave the second dark domain. At this rate, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the 15th rank. That was because the further one went, the more difficult it would be. Moreover, at the same rank, demon beasts were stronger than humans. Elemental creatures were stronger than demon beasts. Therefore, he had to wait until Yao Li and Bo Lu broke through to the 12th rank before he dared to fight the 12th rank elemental creatures. At this rate, it would be heaven-defying for Yang Dingtian to break through to the 13th rank after leaving the Dark Realm. That night, the 6 of them had completely recovered their battle celestial qi. Then, they would set off again for a hunting adventure. In these 2 months, the 6 of them had traveled another 5,000 miles to the north. At this time, they were nearly 30,000 miles into the second Dark Realm. 2 months. 5,000 miles sounded very short, right? But this wasn't running. It was a careful search. Almost every inch was not missed. 5,000 miles to the north was equivalent to searching 20 million square kilometers. It was equivalent to the size of Russia. Even if Yang Dingtian used countless wraiths to search, this area was still very heaven-defying. Hopefully our luck will be better today, Yao Li said, because the great taboo day is coming soon. At that time, all hunting will have to stop. We will all have to hide in deep caves. Great taboo day? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. What's that? In half a month, it will be the great taboo day. On that night, the 2 moons will appear in the Dark Realm, Yao Li said. At that time, countless wraiths and ghosts will crawl out of the ground and absorb the energy of the two moons. Are they ghosts and wraiths? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian asked. Are they the wraiths of these elemental creatures? No, these elemental creatures have no souls, so there are no wraiths. Yao Li said. Countless years ago, the Dark Realm was still a continent of vitality. There were many powerhouses and monsters on it. The Great Nirvana suddenly came, and countless people and monsters died. Then, the wraiths of these people and monsters occupied this Dark Realm. Yang Dingtian said in surprise. That was at least 10,000 years ago? Yes, Yao Li said. The Dark Realm we are in, if I'm not wrong, should still belong to the human kingdom 10,000 years ago. Yang Dingtian immediately clicked his tongue. Martial arts in the human kingdom at that time was very glorious. Then, wouldn't there be many saint-level wraiths? Wouldn't there be hundreds of millions or billions of wraiths? Yao Li said. Not so many. In fact, even wraiths find it difficult to survive in the Dark Realm. So, the relatively weak wraiths have been turned into ashes. Only powerful wraiths and wraiths that keep devouring other wraiths are left. Yang Dingtian said. I once killed countless wraiths in the Ghost Netherland. You also know that my lightning talent is very amazing. My mystic fire lightning can directly reach the attack power of a 15th level half-saint. Yao Li said firmly. You want to hunt wraiths on the Great Taboo Day? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. The Great Taboo Day and the Night of 10,000 Wraiths is an extremely terrifying thing for anyone else. Because wraiths are not afraid of any damage, except for lightning. But for us, it is indeed a huge opportunity. No, Yao Li said. You can't imagine how many wraiths there will be. We may encounter hundreds, thousands, or even more at any time. The level of the wraiths here is beyond your imagination. Half-saints and even saint-level wraiths may appear at any time. Once we encounter them, we will die without a doubt. And your invisibility is ineffective against wraiths. Yang Dingtian's heart was still restless. Yao Li continued. And the most important thing is that if you destroy the wraiths, you won't have energy essence. It's useless. In an instant, Yang Dingtian immediately gave up. If there was no energy essence, then what was the point of hunting? Temporarily abandoning this thought, Yang Dingtian and Yao Li led the 6 people to continue to search for elemental creatures and continue to hunt. But tonight's luck seemed to be SOSO. It was almost dawn when they discovered an energy fluctuation. After Yang Dingtian turned invisible, he found that it was a 10th level fire demon. In fact, Yang Dingtian could kill this fire demon alone at this time. But he still called down all the other team members and killed this 10th level fire demon together. This way, everyone would have a full sense of participation and would not feel like they were being bestowed a gift. Then it was daytime. In the past, there would be at least one harvest during every daytime. And this daytime, Yang Dingtian explored tens of thousands of square kilometers and did not find any energy fluctuation, nor did he find a single elemental creature. Everyone's expression suddenly became slightly gloomy. Only Yao Zi was still in a cheerful mood. It was as if she did not know what was called unhappy. It was fine if there was no harvest during the day. After the second night, there was actually no harvest all the way until dawn. That's right, 0 harvest. This was the first time since the team was formed. In the past, there would be at least one every night. Sometimes, there would be 2 or even 3. There had never been 0 harvest. Very soon, the following day was still 0 harvest. It was night again, and still 0 harvest. Just like this, time passed day by day. There was actually 0 harvest every day. It was as if all the elemental creatures were completely dormant in the depths of the cave, not digging holes, let alone coming to the surface. Of course, until now, Yang Dingtian still could not understand why these elemental creatures would dig holes to the surface. After the 8th day, Yao Li said, "Forget it, there's no need to explore for the next 7 days, there won't be any harvest." Everyone nodded in agreement. The reason was very clear. It was because almost all the elemental creatures hunted in the dark realm leaned towards the positive side. Although many seemed neutral, they were still leaning towards the positive side in the end. As for water and ice elemental creatures, Yang Dingtian had not encountered a single one. First of all, water, as the source of life, absolutely did not exist in the dark realm. Although ice elemental creatures were of the negative side, they could not leave water most of the time, so there were no ice elemental creatures in the dark realm. The great taboo day was coming soon, and the 2 moons would shine on the dark realm. When that time came, the Yin energy would envelop the entire dark realm. Therefore, all the positive elemental creatures would not be able to avoid it, so how could they dig holes and let the Yin energy seep in? What's more, if there was an insensible undead spirit that sneaked into their cave abode, there would be a fight. Moreover, the elemental creatures would basically lose, because the revenants were only sensitive to lightning attacks and were immune to all other attacks. Let's start digging holes and wait for the great taboo day to pass, Yao Li said. When that time comes, it will be very, very cold. Then, the 6 of them gave up on hunting and chose a relatively remote place to start digging holes. Yang Dingtian was the absolute main force in hunting monsters. And Yang Dingtian was the main force of the main force in digging holes. It should be known that the ground of the second dark realm was like metal, almost impenetrable. Although the other 5 had powerful weapons, it was more laborious to dig. Only Yang Dingtian's soul sword, which was close to the emperor grade, was able to dig the ground as though it was digging the soil. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In just a few hours, the 6 of them had dug a hole dozens of meters deep, but that was not enough. They spent another day digging the hole to a depth of 200 meters. Then at night, they began to expand the hole and dug out a room dozens of square meters. Since they had nothing to do, Yang Dingtian even dug out a layout with 4 rooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms. Yang Dingtian had 1 room, Yao Li and her sister had 1, Bo Lu had 1, and Ah Wen and Ah Wu had 1. Moreover, the bathroom and bathroom were separated into male and female bathrooms. In the female bathroom, Yang Dingtian even made a large bathtub. Yao Zi was overjoyed at that. She very extravagantly filled the bathtub with condensation pills, then let Yang Dingtian use mystic fire to heat it into warm water, and she began to take a luxurious bath. Not only that, but Yang Dingtian also began to cook. He took out fresh fruits and fresh meat, and even seasoning. Therefore, in the next few days, the 6 of them lived the most leisurely and ordinary life. Eating, talking, sleeping, and even bathing. Just like that, they waited for the great taboo day to come and end. Then, one night, when Yang Dingtian was lying on the bed and sleeping, the Nether Ghost Emperor in the Soul Ring suddenly spoke. Yang Dingtian, let's make a deal. On the great taboo day, you go up and hunt undead for me to devour. I'll help you refine the undead's hell magic crystal into energy essence, how about it? Yang Dingtian said in shock. The undead's hell magic crystal can be refined into energy essence? The Nether Ghost Emperor said. Of course you can. Strictly speaking, undead are also elemental creatures. Its hell magic crystal is filled with death chi, so living people can't devour it. But as the Nether Ghost Emperor, I can easily absorb the death chi inside, leaving only the energy essence for you to devour. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. At that time, there would be countless powerful undead on the ground. The harvest of a hunt might be extremely bountiful. Then why didn't you say so before? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked angrily. The Nether Ghost Emperor chuckled and didn't say anything. Of course, he wouldn't say it, because if he did, Yang Dingtian would split the undead's energy essence, and the Nether Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to take it all for himself. This time, because there was no other way, the Nether Ghost Emperor revealed this secret. Yang Dingtian, this is a feast that belongs to us. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you won't have another chance, the Nether Ghost Emperor said. Before Yang Dingtian could answer, a ghostly figure suddenly walked in. It was Yao Zi. She was dressed very lightly, with only a dudu and panties. This girl was too bold. Chapter 820. For the past 2 months, Yao Li had been watching him like he was a thief. Of course, the thief was not Yang Dingtian. Yao Li trusted Yang Dingtian a lot now. The thief was her sister Yao Zi. Yao Li wanted nothing more than to tie Yao Zi to her waist 24 hours a day. That was because Yao Zi did not hide her feelings for Yang Dingtian anymore. Not only did she not hide it, but she showed it all the time. How did Yang Dingtian feel? First of all, Yang Dingtian liked Yao Zi very much. He had rarely seen such a naive, romantic, cute, and passionate girl. However, being liked by Yao Zi was like being liked by a middle school teacher by a female student. Female students, the 15 or 16-year-old kind. Yang Dingtian was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. First of all, he could not be too affectionate. That was for sure. One had to know that in the little western paradise, Yao Zi was equivalent to a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Secondly, he could not be too cold. That would hurt a pure and innocent girl's heart. This degree was very difficult to grasp. Therefore, Yang Dingtian tried his best to recall how the beautiful English teacher in middle school treated him. That was right. Yang Dingtian had been in love with his beautiful English teacher in middle school. Anyway, although he had the 9 Yangxian veins, before he got his first girlfriend in university, he liked no less than 7 or 8 girls. There were only 2 or 3 who he liked for a long time. Therefore, when Yao Zi sneaked over, Yang Dingtian was so nervous that his heart almost twitched. If someone saw this, he would not be able to explain himself. Yao Zi quickly sat on Yang Dingtian's bed and said in a low voice, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, my sister is bathing. I came over to talk to you." Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. He said, "If you have anything to say, you can say it tomorrow during dinner. It's not convenient to say it now," Yao Zi said. "But there are some things that are only suitable for 2 people to say in private." Yang Dingtian, "But it's really inappropriate for a man and a woman to enter my room alone." "What's wrong with that?" Yao Zi asked. "I'm all grown up now. I have the right to pursue the man I like." As soon as he heard this sentence, he knew that it was said by the little girl. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. "But my daughter is almost as old as you. Besides, I already have several wives," Yao Zi said. "As long as you like her, age is not an issue. Also, why do you have to talk about it so far away? You don't have to ask for eternity, you just want to have it once. Every girl has to love at least once." Hearing these childish words, Yang Dingtian felt like his scalp was about to be ripped open. It was like a chicken talking to a duck. There was a generation gap, a generation gap. Yao Zi continued, "Besides, me liking you is my business. It has nothing to do with you." This sentence sounded even more childish. Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He could only look up at the ceiling. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, why don't you teach me how to kiss? I've never kissed before," Yao Zi said excitedly and shyly. "Giving your first kiss to the man you like should be a very blissful thing." "Well, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to eat." Yang Dingtian quickly crawled out from under the blanket and ran toward the living room. Yang Dingtian fled in panic. He was completely unable to deal with such a young girl. Yang Dingtian had just opened the door and ran out when he immediately bumped into a soft and bouncy body. It was Yao Li. Caught off guard, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Dingtian hurriedly helped her up. Her skin was really smooth and bouncy. Of course, Yao Li's cultivation was very high. She would not fall after being bumped into. However, everyone here was on the same side. Moreover, it was like home. No one knew martial arts or celestial qi. "Is the little girl with you?" Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. He looked at Yao Li again. Her voluptuous body was simply wrapped in a layer of silk. It was obvious that when she was bathing, she realized that Yao Zi was not in the room. She did not even have time to put on her clothes before running over. Yao Li was so angry that she panted heavily. She said coldly, "This little girl is asking for a beating again." Then, with a cold expression, she directly entered Yang Dingtian's room. Then There was the sound of quarreling and debate. The cave was no longer a vacuum. There was a special pill that kept releasing air. There was a special pill that kept absorbing the air. Then, the quarreling became louder and louder. Yao Li's voice became angrier and angrier. She could not win against her younger sister at all. She was not good with words. Yao Zi, on the other hand, was full of theories. Therefore, like all parents, if she could not be reasoned with, she would start beating. Inside, there was the sound of spanking. Yao Zi was screaming and yelling about the freedom to love. At the same time, she was yelling about breaking off ties with Yao Li. In the end, the little girl shouted, "Yao Li, you old virgin! No wonder no man likes you. You'll never get married." Then, the sound of spanking stopped. It was quiet inside. Then Yao Zi said timidly, "Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." Slap! 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 What she got in return was Yao Li slapping her harder. However, Yang Dingtian could not hear any of this. He was too embarrassed to listen. He ran directly to Bo Lu's room and played chess with him. In the past few days, Yang Dingtian finally took out all the chess, go, and poker cards. Sometimes he played dodiju, sometimes chess, and sometimes go bang. In less than 2 days, Bo Lu's chess skills had surpassed Yang Dingtian's. Yao Zi's dodiju and go bang also beat Yang Dingtian in seconds. The only one who was dumber than Yang Dingtian was Yao Li. Her brain was really one-track minded. She lost more than she won. Although he didn't know what happened, Bo Lu could roughly guess. He immediately looked at Yang Dingtian sympathetically. Princess Yao Zi has always been very likable, but she's also very troublesome. Children in the rebellious stage are all like this. Yang Dingtian asked. "Brother Bo Lu, do you have a child?" Bo Lu shook his head and said, "I'm not married." It was very common to not be married in Little Western Paradise. There were quite a number of high-level demon fox bloodlines who were celibate. Yang Dingtian asked, "Don't you plan to fight for it?" Of course, he was talking about fighting for Yao Li. Bo Lu shook his head and said, "Little Western Paradise is not a human country. If I fight for it, it won't be just my tragedy, but the tragedy and humiliation of my entire family. The strict hierarchy of Little Western Paradise is something you can't imagine." Yang Dingtian said, "Perhaps you can come and live in the human country. One of my martial uncles, his lover is the little princess demon spirit of the Silver Moon Demon Fox clan in Little Western Paradise." "Really?" Bo Lu was shocked. "Of course," Yang Dingtian said. "Brother Bo Lu, you're too restricted by the rules. Many things aren't so rigid." Bo Lu's eyes showed a trace of yearning. Then he shook his head and said, "I still can't do it. She's my mistress. I can't get past this. And most importantly, her heart belongs to someone. That's her life goal." Of course, Bo Lu was talking about Yao Qi. Instantly, Yang Dingtian had the urge to say that Yao Qi was dead. But he still didn't say it. If Yao Li knew, she would collapse. "No matter what, I'll invite you to the human country as guests," Yang Dingtian said. "Definitely," Bo Lu said. "Unfortunately, we can only go out after 200 years. "Not necessarily," Yang Dingtian said. "If you want to go out, I can take you out at any time." Bo Lu was stunned and didn't continue to ask. But he had absolute trust in Yang Dingtian's words. In the next few days, a cold war broke out between Yao Zi and Yao Li. Both sides ignored each other. As for Yao Zi, although she didn't sneak into Yang Dingtian's room anymore, she acted more intimate. Especially in front of Yao Li, she acted intimate on purpose. Yang Dingtian almost didn't dare to play chess or cards with her. Just like that, happy times flew by. The great taboo day was getting closer and closer. Tomorrow was the great taboo day. Yang Dingtian finally decided to talk to Yao Li. "Yao Li, first of all, I have to tell you that the ruler of the Nether Plane, the Nether Ghost Emperor, lives in my soul ring. A Nether Ghost Flame that already has a soul, thoughts, and ambitions. A Nether Ghost Flame that's been around for almost 10,000 years. Yang Dingtian. Now, His underworld empire has been taken away by the demon King Wentian. He's only left in his weakened state, living in my soul ring. Yao Li's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Because of the Dark Realm, the people in Little Western Paradise weren't crazy about mystic flames. But they were still very familiar with the 10 heaven and earth mystic flames. They even looked forward to it. At least in Little Western Paradise, every time the mystic flame bloomed, many powerful people would go to fight for it. Even the high nobles in Little Western Paradise were very crazy about Nether Ghost Flame and Space-Splitting Fire. Otherwise, Yao Qi wouldn't have died for the space-splitting fire. Undead, in a sense, are elemental creatures. After killing them, hell magic crystals will be produced. And after washing away the death aura in the hell magic crystals, they will become pure energy essence. Yang Dingtian. And the only thing in the world that can wash away the death aura is the Nether Ghost Flame. Yao Li said, that means the Nether Ghost Emperor in your soul ring can wash away the hell magic crystals and turn them into energy essence? Yes. Yang Dingtian. He said that he would get half of the hell magic crystals. Yao Li said, is he very strong? Is he strong enough to kill powerful undead? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, he's just a soul. He lost his powerful physical body and was attacked fiercely in the ghost hell land. He was almost turned into ashes. His current cultivation level is probably only level 10. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, are you asking for my opinion? Because you know that among all of us, only you have lightning energy and can attack undead. So you should know that we will definitely stay underground and won't follow you to the surface to hunt undead. So, whether you go or not is completely up to you. No one else can influence you. Yang Dingtian. I know, but because you are the leader of the team, I still have to respect your opinion. And if something happens to me, it will also affect the interests of the video team. Yao Li was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, in the human countries, they should love you very much. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He was clearly asking for Yao Li's opinion, so why did she say that? Yao Li said, you are the leader of the entire human race, and your position is much higher than mine. You are an absolutely wise and noble leader. But in this small team, you are willing to obey me, a leader who isn't very smart. Your breadth of mind is definitely loved and trusted by everyone. Yang Dingtian was suddenly very unnatural from the praise, but he didn't know how to respond. Yao Li's face became serious and said, if I give my opinion, are you willing to respect it? Of course. Yang Dingtian. In this team, I am willing to obey your will. Yao Li said, first of all, I am a very unqualified leader. I am very short-sighted, and I value the gains and losses in front of me more. In other words, I don't want any accidents to happen to you, so I don't want you to hunt undead. Because your concealment mystic skill is useless against undead, and your netherworld ghost emperor cultivation is currently too low. If you encounter undead of half-saint level and above, you won't be able to escape, and your life will definitely be in danger. I feel that you shouldn't bet your life on luck, and the stakes aren't high, so it's not worth it. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, then I won't go, and I will listen to your opinion. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time, and said, it's a pity that you haven't met my elder brother Yao Qi, otherwise you would have become close friends. Even though the two of you are different, you are both the most outstanding leaders I have ever seen. Yang Dingtian immediately felt uncomfortable, but he still didn't tell her the news of Yao Qi's death. Just like that, Yang Dingtian listened to Yao Li's opinion, and didn't go to the surface to take risks. In this warm underground family, they quietly waited for the end of the Great Taboo Day. And Yao Li used a very clumsy method to comfort Yang Dingtian's heart that couldn't take risks, which was to play cards with her, and then the two of them faced each other. Yao Zi and Bola faced each other, and they played to upgrade the tractor. In the end, Yang Dingtian and Yao Li never won. They decided to play cards like this, and wait for the end of the Great Taboo Day. But many times, many things were destined. They wanted to quietly wait for the end of the Great Taboo Day, but they couldn't do it. because they heard the sound of digging getting closer and closer. It seemed like someone was also digging an underground cave nearby to avoid the great taboo day. The 6 of them quickly stopped the game, then pulled out their swords, and prepared to fight. If it wasn't an enemy, then it would be peaceful. If it was an enemy, then a battle was unavoidable. Yang Dingtian and the others just waited with their swords, waiting for the person on the other side to dig through the wall, and see if it was an enemy, a friend, or a neutral party. As long as it wasn't an enemy, it didn't matter. Because this time, they weren't fighting for elemental creatures, so there was no need to fight to the death. The wall was quickly dug through. The worst result was that the other party was Yaolong of the Moro clan. Yaolong, who had his rank 15 energy essence stolen, wanted to kill Yang Dingtian and the others. Chapter 821. Yang Dingtian's luck was truly indescribable. Either he was extremely lucky or extremely unlucky. Yaoling's group dug a cave to avoid the great taboo day and actually dug straight into Yang Dingtian's cave. With such a probability, they could directly buy a lottery ticket. The bidder at the front of the other party was stunned at first, then revealed ecstasy and said loudly, "Young master, that bitch Yaoli is here." Then, swoosh, 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 the dozens of people behind him all suddenly pulled out their sharp swords. They were only waiting for Yaoling's order to immediately crush Yang Dingtian and everyone else into pieces. Ha 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 ha! 100 meters away, Yaoling's complacent and arrogant laughter suddenly came. "There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Go!" While Yaoling was still talking, Yang Dingtian suddenly became like a flash. Holding Yao Li in his left hand and Yao Zi in his right hand, he quickly tied up Bo Lu, Awen, and Ah Wu with ropes. Swoosh! Then, using the demonic spirit mist cloak flash technique, they quickly escaped to the surface along the cave. There was no other way, they could only escape to the surface. And Yao Ling's complacent laughter over there was not over yet. He said coldly, "Yao Li, last time, it was me who raped and killed you first. This time, it's all of us who will rape and kill you first." Ha! Suddenly someone said timidly, "Young master, they've already run away." "What?" Yaolin said sternly. "How could they possibly run away?" That person said, "We were waiting for your order." With a swoosh, they suddenly disappeared. Yaolin said, "That human Yang Dingtian, yes, that human Yang Dingtian, they're together." Then, the cold voice suddenly became sharp. Rush up, catch them. I want them to taste the taste of hell. I want them to beg for death, but they won't be able to die." "Yes." Then, more than 20 experts rushed to the surface along the cave. Yang Dingtian carried 2 people, tied up 3 people, and fled to the surface in a flash. At this moment, 2 incomparably huge round moons suddenly rose into the sky. "Wow, it's so cold!" Yao Zi could not help but touch her arm. It was indeed very cold. The temperature here was definitely a few dozen degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian and Yao Li looked at each other helplessly. Even though they had decided not to risk their lives on the surface during the great taboo day, they still had to come to the surface. At this moment, a hair-raising scene appeared. One by one, ghostly figures and undead creatures suddenly crawled out from the ground. There were more and more of them. At the same time, the experts of the Moro clan also rushed out of the cave. "Over there. Capture them," a Moro expert said. Then, hundreds of undead turned their heads and looked at them. Almost all of the Moro clan's experts felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, there were at least a few hundred undead creatures between them and Yang Dingtian. What were undead? Immune to all forms of damage, with the exception of lightning-type mystical skills. If they wanted to catch Yang Dingtian, they would have to go through these hundreds of undead. Just thinking about this made the Moro clan's experts shudder. In any case, that bitch Yao Li was surrounded by countless undead creatures and was doomed. Thus, the Moro clan's experts pretended that nothing had happened and carefully walked into the cave. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all of the Moro clan's experts disappeared without a trace. Then, they used a special type of energy stone to seal the cave. In the blink of an eye, all of the Moro clan's experts had escaped underground and disappeared without a trace. Then, the 4 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms that Yang Dingtian had painstakingly dug out were enjoyed by Yao Ling. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and the others were being surrounded by countless undead spirits. It was an inhumane scene. What to do? What to do? It was a pity that Wu Maji was not here. Otherwise, the shaman would have been able to protect them from the undead creatures. More and more undead creatures of various levels surrounded Yang Dingtian and the others, and the light in their eyes became more and more intense. The reason why they had not attacked yet was that they had just woken up from their endless slumber, and had not fully recovered. They were still in a rather chaotic state. Once they had fully recovered, countless undead creatures would swarm over and completely destroy Yang Dingtian and the others. There were a few thousand departed souls present, and they were of various ranks. If Yang Dingtian were to wait for them to attack, he would be in a situation worse than death. Yang Dingtian summoned the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and said, "Ghost Emperor, there are so many undead here. Come out and devour them." The Ghost Emperor stammered, "I don't seem to be feeling too well. I won't come out for now. You guys go ahead." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Faced with so many undead creatures, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor did not dare to come out. Yang Dingtian realized that Yao Li's advice was absolutely correct. Wanting to hunt undead creatures on the Great Taboo Day was purely courting death. The undead creatures were still recovering after their long slumber. Once they had completely recovered, it would be the time of death for Yang Dingtian and the others. At this moment, Yao Zi, who had never known fear, even when facing the danger of being raped, felt fear for the first time. Her small face was pale as she tightly hugged Yang Dingtian's arm, trembling. Yao Li's face was also pale. Even Bo Lu's legs were trembling slightly. There was no other way. Facing countless undead creatures, anyone would really wet their pants. This place was not like the Ghost Hell region. The undead there were very low level. The undead creatures here were really powerful beyond compare. What to do? What to do? What to do? Yang Dingtian's mind was spinning rapidly. He had to immediately think of a way before the undead creatures recovered. Escape? That was impossible. Because the surroundings were already surrounded by undead creatures. Moreover, where could he run to? There were undead everywhere here. Invisibility was also useless. The undead could still see him. Every time Yang Dingtian turned invisible, it would cause the undead to attack even more crazily. Yang Dingtian was incomparably nervous. He was so nervous that he almost suffocated. He had to think of a way. He had to think of a way. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Suddenly Yang Dingtian's mind lit up. In the Ghost Hell region, after killing undead creatures, they would obtain Hell Magic Crystals. Then, they would stuff the Hell Magic Crystals into their bodies and temporarily transform into undead creatures. This way, they would not be attacked by undead creatures. However, that was in the Ghost Hell region. He did not know if he could do it here. However, whether or not he could do it, he had to do it. Because these undead creatures would soon wake up from their daze. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian summoned the Million Spirit Demon Fire with the Primal Chaos attribute. Whoosh! He then summoned the Demon Spirit Demon Fire with the Primal Chaos attribute. He poured almost all of his profound chi into it. Whoosh! Then, the 2 mystic flames flew into the sky like meteors. Finally, they fiercely collided. Boom! In an instant, the dark domain within a few hundred miles was as bright as day. It was like a nuclear explosion. An unparalleled bolt of lightning fiercely struck down. Bang! The lightning that surpassed the half-saint level suddenly exploded. Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others were completely stunned. This attack had already surpassed the half-saint level, much more than the 15th level. A 10th level warrior could actually release an attack of the 15th level. This was too heaven-defying. Swoosh! Then, the ground seemed to be directly swept across. Countless undead creatures within 1,000 meters were turned into ashes. All undead creatures below the 10th level were turned into ashes. That's right, Yang Dingtian's mystic flame lightning attack was above the 15th level. However, the attack range was too wide, so it could only kill undead creatures below the 10th level. The undead creatures above the 10th level were immediately stunned and trembled violently. Within 1,000 meters, there were dozens of undead creatures left standing and trembling. These were all above the 11th level. At the same time, there were thousands of hell magic crystals floating in the air. These were all left behind by the undead creatures that had turned into ashes. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian used the blink technique to quickly collect the hell magic crystals. Then, he gave a 10th level hell magic crystal to each of them. Using the fastest speed, he said, "Inject your divine sense into this hell magic crystal, and then press it into your heart." After speaking, Yang Dingtian quickly inputted his divine sense, and then pressed the hell magic crystal into his heart. Then, Yang Dingtian kept praying, hoping that it would work, hoping that it would work, hoping that he could successfully transform into an undead. At the same time, the undead creatures 1,000 meters away had completely awakened. They were showing a bloodthirsty light, and madly rushing towards Yang Dingtian and the others. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly transformed from a human into a 10th level undead. Yaoli and the others had no time to be shocked. They hurriedly did as they were told and injected their divine sense into the hell magic crystal, and then pressed it into their hearts. Whoosh 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 whoosh! The 5 of them transformed at the same time, and all of them instantly became 10th level undead creatures. Meanwhile, countless dead spirits were charging over and were about to tear Yang Dingtian and the others into pieces. Suddenly, they found that the target had disappeared. They blindly looked around for a while, and then continued to wander aimlessly. Yang Dingtian clutched his aching heart and directly sat on the ground. Damn it, half of his soul was scared out of his wits. It actually worked, it really worked. However, this was not strange. Because today was the great taboo day, the 2 moons shrouded the earth, and the dark realm was filled with infinite negative energy. Therefore, the energy environment of the dark realm and the nether plane had become very similar, except that it was many times stronger. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and the others' transformation could be successful. Mr. Yang Dingtian, you are amazing. I have decided, no matter where you go in the future, I will follow you, Yaozi said excitedly. To be able to transform into an undead creature, such a terrifying undead creature was really too cool. Yang Dingtian could only pretend that he did not hear her. Yaoli, how long is the great taboo day? Yang Dingtian asked. Only 24 hours, Yaoli said. Unfortunately, it is a little short. Yang Dingtian sighed and said. But it is enough. This is our feast, our hunting feast. It was definitely a feast. Yang Dingtian began to count the gains from the mystic fire lightning. There were thousands of hell magic crystals. Among them, there were more than 100 level 10 ones. As for the level 9 ones, there were more than 500. The rest were around level 7 and level 8. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not refine the hell magic crystals, only a shaman could. Yang Dingtian did not have a shaman by his side, but he had the Nether Ghost Emperor. Therefore, Yang Dingtian sat down and used his mind to communicate with the Nether Ghost Emperor. Your Excellency Ghost Emperor, due to your cowardly behavior, I have decided to reduce your share. You can only get 1/3 of the hell magic crystals, Yang Dingtian said. Impossible. The Nether Ghost Emperor said sternly. We agreed on half, so it is half. If you want to reduce my share, I will not accept it. I want to see how you can refine and purify the hell magic crystals without me, Yang Dingtian said. I suddenly remembered that Dishi Bien has a part of the Nether Ghost flame. Can she purify it? Ha ha. The Nether Ghost Emperor laughed and said, Let's not talk about whether she can do it or not. The key is that you can't bring these hell magic crystals out of the dark realm. When the great taboo day ends, they will all turn to dust. You are dreaming if you want to bring them to the human world. Yang Dingtian said. But I have the interspatial ring. The Nether Ghost Emperor was stunned. How do you have this thing? It should not appear in this world. The Nether Ghost Emperor said. Why do you care? But I do have it. Yang Dingtian said. I will now count down from 10. Your share is still 1/3. When I finish counting down, you will only have 1/4 left. Yang Dingtian, don't go too far! The Nether Ghost Emperor shouted. Yang Dingtian did not care and started counting down. 10. 9. Impossible, I am the Nether Ghost Emperor. I will never compromise. 8. 7. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. At worst, we'll just go our separate ways. 6, 5, 4, 3. Yang Dingtian suddenly started counting down faster. The Nether Ghost Emperor was scared out of his wits. Okay, I agree. Yang Dingtian smiled and said. You should have agreed earlier. The Nether Ghost Emperor said angrily. Yang Dingtian, you brat, remember this. I will hold a grudge. Before he could finish, Yang Dingtian released countless hell magic crystals into the soul ring. The Nether Ghost Emperor's complaints came to an abrupt end. Then, he let out a climax. I'm rich, time is of the essence. Hurry up and work, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the Nether Ghost Emperor quickly refined the hell magic crystals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Its refining speed was godly. In a short moment, it finished refining 1,000 hell magic crystals. 100 hell magic crystals were refined into 2 hell magic crystals of the 11th level. 500 hell magic crystals of the 9th level were refined into 5 hell magic crystals of the 11th level. The remaining few hundred hell magic crystals of the 8th level and below were refined into 5 hell magic crystals of the 10th level. Then, the Nether Ghost Emperor took 1 hell magic crystal of the 11th level and 2 hell magic crystals of the 11th level. Finally, he refined all of Yang Dingtian's hell magic crystals into energy essences and sent them out. Suddenly, a total of 9 energy essences appeared in Yang Dingtian's palm. This was too crazy. This was the result of a short hunt. Tonight was definitely a feast for Yang Dingtian. A feast of hunting, a feast of devouring. Chapter 822. Yang Dingtian looked at the 9 energy essences in his hand. Of the 2 level 11, level 9 energy essences, one was taken by the Nether Ghost Emperor, and the other was kept for himself. There were 3 level 11 beginner level 10 energy essences. Yang Dingtian gave one each to Yao Li and Bo Lu, and kept the last one for himself. Yao Zi, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu each had one of the 5 level 10 energy essences. In the end, apart from Yao Zi, all 4 of them rejected Yang Dingtian's energy essences. Yang Dingtian, all the gains from the Great Taboo Day are yours alone, Yao Zi said firmly. The 5 of us can't take even half of it, because we didn't put in any effort. Then Yao Li glared at her younger sister Yao Zi. Yao Zi was about to put away the energy essences happily, but when she saw her sister's glare, she could not help but return them reluctantly. Yang Dingtian said, We're a team, and your strength is also in my interest. So, I'll take half of the gains from the Great Taboo Night. Yang Dingtian was not a saint, nor was he a hypocrite. He had his own goal, and that was to bring all 5 of them back to the human nations to join the war against the evil ways. The possibility of this was quite high, because as long as Yao Li left, Bo Lu would definitely leave, Yao Zi would follow Yang Dingtian wholeheartedly, and Ao Wen and Ao Wu would follow Yao Zi wholeheartedly. As for Yao Li, she was ostracized by her own family, and she would follow Yao Qi wholeheartedly. However, Yao Qi was already dead, so she probably had no place in the Little Western Paradise anymore, and had lost her goal. Then, fighting against the evil ways and saving the world should be a very good goal. Yang Dingtian might know quite a number of demon fox race experts, but these 5 individuals were the only group he could bring to the human kingdoms. Once the 5 of them successfully followed him to the human nations, it would be equivalent to the Council of Light gaining a few more top-notch elites. especially Yao Li and Bo Lu. If possible, Yang Dingtian hoped that they could break through to the semi-sage realm as soon as possible. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yao Li still resolutely returned the energy essence to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's face turned serious as he shouted, "Tonight I'm the main force. I have the final say." Then, he closed his eyes and sat on the ground, beginning to devour the energy essence. First, fuse the two rank 10 energy essences into the elementary rank 11, and then fuse the 9th rank 11 energy essence. In this way, it became an energy essence that was very close to the 12th level. Then, it began to open the entrance of the Xian vein and began to devour. Now, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at level 7 of the 10th level. He was still level 3 of the 4th level away from level 15 of the half-saint realm. At this moment, swallowing an 11th grade, 9th grade pill was no longer enough for him to break through. He hoped that this energy essence, which was close to the 12th rank, could help him break through. Devour, devour, powerful energy essence continuously poured into Yang Dingtian's Qi. After a short quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian's Qi began to expand. Boom! Yang Dingtian's entire divine sense and body sank into nothingness. Finally, he broke through. Yang Dingtian broke through to level 8 of the 10th level. Then, he seized the time to take a mystic gathering pill to recover his battle mystic Qi. After a short quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian recovered his battle mystic Qi. "Okay, let's harvest the undead for the second time," Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Yang Dingtian's group of 6 disguised themselves as undead and wandered with the undead army. Although the whole process made people shudder with fear, it was also very terrifying. But he and they were safe. On the way, Yang Dingtian did not know how many half-saint undead he encountered. Usually, the undead would also attack their own kind. But now, it seemed that all the undead were busy gathering in one place, and then absorbing the energy essence of the 2 moons there. Therefore, the slaughter between the undead did not start. Therefore, these half-saint undead completely ignored Yang Dingtian's group. Soon, Yang Dingtian found the place with the most undead. Then, he hid among the undead in the distance, and was about to release the mystic fire lightning. Just as he was about to release the devil spirit demon fire and million spirit demon fire as usual. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. What would happen if he added the void-rending fire? Because the void-rending fire was a black and white fire, and it had yin and yang attributes. And when it was transparent, it had the chaos attribute. Once this thought arose, Yang Dingtian immediately made his move. Whoosh! His left hand held the million spirit demon fire with the chaos attribute. Whoosh! His right hand held the devil spirit demon fire with the chaos attribute. Whoosh! In front of his chest, the transparent void-rending fire with the chaos attribute. Then, Yang Dingtian injected his mystic Qi. Almost 99% of his mystic Qi was injected, and the remaining mystic Qi was saved for escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 mystic fires with the chaos attribute suddenly shot into the sky a few miles away. Almost all the undead turned a blind eye to these 3 mystic fires. Yang Dingtian was extremely excited and expectant. Previously it was the lightning produced by the collision of 2 mystic fires. This time, there were 3 mystic fires. He wondered what the result would be. Suddenly, the 3 mystic fires fiercely collided in the air. Boom! There was a burst of light from the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Within 1,000 miles, it was as bright as day. Yang Dingtian only felt his vision suddenly turn white, and then he could not see anything. Immediately after, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly swept over. Whoosh! Then, he suddenly realized that his body, as well as the bodies of Yao Li and the others beside him, were directly sent flying, as if they were directly sent flying by an incomparably powerful shock wave. Heavens! This energy was too terrifying, too shocking. Yao Li hurriedly hugged her sister because even though they were very far away, with Yao Zi's cultivation, she could not resist this terrifying shock wave at all. And Bo Lu also immediately protected Ah Wen and Ah Wu. After Yang Dingtian and the others were directly sent flying for a few thousand meters, they fell heavily to the ground. After a full half a minute, this terrifying light gradually faded. Then, Yang Dingtian realized that the densely packed undead were completely empty. Within a radius of 10 miles, there were countless hell magic crystals floating in the air. Of course, in that area, there were dozens of undead who were crazily trembling on the spot. However, all of them were level 12 and above. Those below level 11 were all turned into ashes and were all killed instantly. Yang Dingtian and Yao Li were completely stunned. A level 16 attack. It's actually a level 16 attack. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. A level 10 martial arts expert could actually release a level 16 attack. This was really too frightening. Yang Dingtian was also completely shocked by this result. The lightning created by the 3 mystic fires was no longer just lightning, but a very, very special energy state. At least, the lightning just now was no longer pure lightning. It was not blue, but a kind of colorless. Moreover, it was like a nuclear bomb that exploded violently. It was no longer a ball of lightning like before. A huge wall of lightning came down densely. Then, what if it was lightning created by 4 mystic fires? If one day, he could control the black-green mystic fires, then how shocking would the mystic fire lightning created by 4 mystic fires be? He did not dare to imagine. At least, the lightning created by 3 mystic fires would not only be 2 or 3 times more powerful than 2 mystic fires, it would be many times more powerful. However, there was no time to think. Yang Dingtian used the last bit of mystic chi and quickly flashed over. With the fastest speed, he collected all the hell magic crystals within a radius of 10 miles. Then, he brought Jiao Li and the other 4 and quickly escaped. This was because Yang Dingtian's mystic fire lightning had completely stimulated these undead. They had already started to kill each other. Yang Dingtian and the other 4 were still too small compared to these undead. If they continued to stay here, they could be killed at any time. Using the remaining mystic chi, Yang Dingtian escaped a few hundred miles before stopping. The undead here were relatively sparse and in a relatively quiet state. Then, Yang Dingtian started to calculate his harvest and was completely stunned. There were more than 3,000 hell magic crystals. The Nether Ghost Emperor was so excited that he was trembling. And it wasn't just over 3,000 hell mana crystals, there were also 111th rank hell mana crystals. More than 500 level 10 hell magic crystals, more than 1,000 level 9 hell magic crystals, and the rest were all below level 8 hell magic crystals. This harvest was not only 3 times the harvest of the first attack, it could even be said to be 10 times the harvest. It was really too shocking. When Yang Dingtian poured these hell demon crystals into the soul ring, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor let out a sobbing sound while refining them. He had been starving for too long. Now, with such a crazy harvest, he was really going crazy. He even thought that if he could continue to follow Yang Dingtian like this, it might not be a bad idea. But soon, he began to despise his own thoughts. Bah. He was the master of this realm. How could he follow a human? He was too useless. However, thinking of a way to use Yang Dingtian to take back his underworld empire was not a bad idea. The Nether Ghost Emperor quickly devoured his own portion while refining the other 2/3 of the hell magic crystals. As for Yang Dingtian, he sat down cross-legged and consumed a mystic gathering pill to recover his mystic chi. The Nether Ghost Emperor originally wanted to take a portion for himself. But seeing such a crazy harvest, he was afraid that Yang Dingtian would be dissatisfied. So, he temporarily put aside his dirty thoughts and strictly kept 1/3. By the time Yang Dingtian had completely recovered his mystic chi, the Nether Ghost Emperor had finished refining the hell magic crystals. The result of the battle was out. All the hell magic crystals were in Yang Dingtian's hands. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian was still on the verge of crying. The Nether Ghost Emperor was very considerate. He condensed all the energy essences into 3 types. They were infinitely close to level 12, mid-level level 11, and high-level level 10. because this was more reasonable for Yang Dingtian's team. There were a total of 6 energy essences infinitely close to level 12. That's right, 6 of them. They were condensed from 30 level 11, level 9 energy essences. There were only 2 mid-level level 11 energy essences. They were condensed from 10 beginner level 11 energy essences. There were a total of 4 high-level level 10 energy essences. That's right, the harvest was 10 times more than the first wave. In other words, Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic flame lightnings had exceeded the total harvest of the previous 2 months. It had exceeded the harvest of an ordinary high demon fox noble for 10 years. The Great Taboo Day was a terrifying day for others. But for Yang Dingtian, it was an absolute feast. At this moment, Yang Dingtian truly felt how powerful the pig-slaying swordsmanship was. Without the pig-slaying swordsmanship, even if he used the devil sky-splitting lightning for 3 days and 3 nights, it would still not be comparable to the mystic flame lightnings. Then, Yang Dingtian started to distribute the crystals. 6 level 12 energy demonic crystals were divided into 3 portions, 2 for each portion. 1 for Yaoli, 1 for Bo Lu. 2 mid-level level 11 energy essences were all given to Yao Zi. The remaining 4 high-level energy essences were all given to Ao Wen and Ao Wu. He only took 2 level 12 energy essences. Because, after Yang Dingtian thought about it, he realized that Bo Lu and Yaoli were the best candidates to guard the gate of humans in the Skull Palace. Even if it was for this goal, he had to let the 2 of them break through to half-sage. Only a half-saint could guard the door to the human kingdom. However, Yaoli was truly unable to tolerate Yang Dingtian's prodigal distribution method. She snatched Yang Dingtian's energy essences, giving him an energy essence that was close to rank 12. The other one was given to Bo Lu. Then 2 of the high-level level 10 energy essences were given to Yao Zi. The remaining 2 were given to Ao Wen and Ao Wu. The rest were all given to Yang Dingtian. In this way, Yang Dingtian took 4 level 12 energy essences and 2 mid-level level 11 energy essences. His share was far more than half. Then Yaoli said, "Originally, I shouldn't have taken this level 12 energy essence. But since you want to give it to me, I'll keep it. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, and I'll definitely do it." Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, he began to devour the 4 level 12 energy essences. As for the remaining mid-level level 11 energy essences, Yang Dingtian saved them. He would give them to Dishi Bian and the others when he returned to humans. Yang Dingtian opened all the mystic veins in his body and madly devoured the level 12 energy essences. The seemingly endless amount of energy was really like a raging sea, crazily surging into his energy sea. In just a few minutes, his energy reserve was filled to the brim. Then, it began to swell and swell. Boom! Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 9th rank of level 10. At this time, nearly 1.5 of the 4 level 12 energy essences had been consumed. Then, the powerful energy essences continued to surge in. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Endless energy madly poured into his energy reserve. 15 minutes later, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve was filled to the brim again. He felt it swell. Yang Dingtian was about to break through. He was about to break through to level 11. But, the energy essences in his palm were about to be used up. Just a little bit more, and he would break through to level 11. At this time, Yaoli, who had been paying attention to Yang Dingtian, immediately shot her level 12 energy essence into Yang Dingtian's palm. Boom! Yang Dingtian's energy reserve suddenly exploded. His entire body and consciousness sank into nothingness. Chapter 823. Finally, with the help of Princess Yaoli's energy essence that was close to level 12, Yang Dingtian directly broke through level 11. Then, the powerful energy continued to surge in. Just as Yang Dingtian thought that he was about to break through to level 11, first rank, the last energy essence that was close to level 12 was exhausted. There was still some distance to level 11, first rank. After Yang Dingtian finished breaking through, Yao Zi, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu had also finished breaking through. Yao Zi directly broke through to level 10, first rank. And Ah Wen and Ah Wu had both broken through to level 10. In this way, Yao Zi's cultivation became even more powerful than the two swordsmen who were much older. And Yang Dingtian, who had broken through to level 11, also clearly felt that his cultivation was much stronger than before. It was 2 times that of level 10, 8th rank. Of course, he could not calculate how many times his cultivation was stronger than when he was a 9-star, 9th rank Grandmaster, but it should be more than 10 times. In any case, every increase in level did not increase his cultivation by much. But with every increase in level, the increase in his combat strength was very shocking. Originally, Yang Dingtian's combat celestial qi was already full. Now, because of the increase in his cultivation, he had to take another mystic gathering pill to recover. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian's combat celestial qi was completely recovered. After everyone recovered their combat celestial qi, it was time to start a new round of adventure. The 6 of them transformed into ghouls and began to wander in the dark realm, looking for the place with the most ghouls. At this time, the ghouls in the area that Yang Dingtian was in were very sparse. The few of them continued to advance. However, Yang Dingtian's good luck seemed to have run out. Because the situation had changed. These ghouls were no longer wandering aimlessly. Instead, they had begun to kill each other. The high-level ghouls were desperately hunting the low-level ghouls. Even if the 6 of them transformed into ghouls, they were no longer safe. As they spoke, a level 12 ghoul suddenly discovered Yang Dingtian's group. Its eyes immediately shone with excitement. Oh! Afterwards, it suddenly charged over. Because the undead that Yang Dingtian's group had transformed into were all below the 12th rank, this 12th rank undead clearly regarded Yang Dingtian's group as prey. I can't let it get close. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly released the Devil Sky-splitting lightning. Pa! The 11th rank Devil Sky-splitting lightning ruthlessly struck the 12th rank undead. However, there was no way to obliterate it, nor was there any way to seriously injure it. After all, there was a difference of 1 level between them. However, it wasn't completely useless. After the 12th rank undead was struck by the Devil Heaven split, it immediately stopped and trembled on the spot. It wasn't painful. Instead, it was enjoyable. Yang Dingtian took advantage of this moment and immediately carried Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the sisters with 1 hand each. He then used a rope to tie up Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu before using the blink art to escape. In just a moment, they had escaped to a place where the undead were sparse. In this area, Yang Dingtian and the others became the highest level undead. Immediately, the low-level undead fled one after another. After escaping to a safe place, Yao Li said directly, "If you leave us here and go hunting alone, we will all become a burden." "No, it's still too dangerous for you to be on the ground," Yang Dingtian said. "First, dig a cave. A few dozen meters will be enough. At this time, the undead are most unwilling to go underground, so you will be safe. After the great taboo day is over and I'm done hunting, I will come back to find you." Yao Li and the others nodded. Then Yang Dingtian's group of 6 quickly dug a cave. In just half an hour, they had dug a cave that was 20 to 30 meters deep. Yao Li and the others all entered the cave. Then, they used special energy stones to seal the cave entrance. In this way, Yao Li and the others would be safe. At this time, the undead could finally come to the ground with great difficulty. They were absolutely unwilling to go underground, so they wouldn't be in danger. After settling Yao Li and the others, Yang Dingtian embarked on a solo hunting journey. At this time, Yang Dingtian could no longer hunt the undead as comfortably as before, because these undead had already attacked and hunted each other. Want not to be hunted? That was very simple. Become the highest level of the undead. This was because Yang Dingtian found that in the Feast of the Undead on the Great Taboo Day, it was all high undead hunting the low undead. And when the level of the undead exceeded 1 rank, then even if the low undead were attacked, they would not dare to fight back at all. They could only watch themselves turn into ashes and smoke. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian wanted to hunt the undead comfortably, there was only one way, and that was to transform into a high undead, at least a 15th rank one, preferably a 16th rank one. In that case, he could move freely among most of the undead and kill whoever he wanted. Therefore, Yang Dingtian carefully wandered in the dark realm, looking for a 15th rank high undead. Of course, in fact, being alone was nonsense. Because now, all the high undead were alone. It was as if every high undead was careful to avoid their own kind that was as powerful as themselves. Every high undead occupied an area. Then all the undead in this area were his prey and tributes. Yang Dingtian kept searching. He needed to find a high undead of about the 15th rank. Along the way, he didn't know how many 12th rank and 13th rank undead he encountered. As soon as these undead saw Yang Dingtian, they immediately rushed up to attack him frantically. Yang Dingtian used Blink to escape quickly. Fortunately, these undead seemed to be relatively lazy. Once Yang Dingtian escaped quickly, they were reluctant to come after him. At this time, Yang Dingtian found that within his domain, there was about a radius of 1,000 miles. In this domain, the closer to the center, the higher the level of the undead. As Yang Dingtian went deeper into this area, gradually, there were more and more 13th rank and 14th rank undead. Yang Dingtian's situation was getting more and more dangerous. It must be known that being hit by a 13th rank or 14th rank undead was basically a dead end. Yang Dingtian continued to go towards the center of this domain, looking for the undead overlord of this area. At this time, he was completely playing with his life. Fortunately, there was the magic spirit mist cloak, otherwise Yang Dingtian would have really died many times over. Fortunately, in the center of the domain, in addition to the high undead, there were also 11th and 10th rank undead like Yang Dingtian. Therefore, it was not so prominent. However, the tragedy was that the closer to the center of the domain, the more these 11th and 10th rank undead were like lambs to be slaughtered, naked prey. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he found that there were fewer and fewer undead around him. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a little creepy. He knew in his heart that he was close to the center of this domain, and would soon see the undead overlord of this area. At this time, Yang Dingtian really felt that his heart was about to stop. The number of undead around him was really getting fewer and fewer. After going another 100 miles, there was not a single undead. This should be the forbidden death zone of this area, because the undead overlord of this area was here. Therefore, all the other undead instinctively avoided this area, lest they be hunted down by this undead overlord. Therefore, this made the area within 100 miles become a no-man's land. Oh, it was a ghost-free area. Yang Dingtian held his breath and carefully went deeper. He felt that he was really walking on a wire rope, as if he was walking into hell. 30 miles into the ghost-free area. 50 miles. 80 miles. Suddenly, the cold aura became stronger and stronger. The aura of death around him became more and more oppressive. Even with medicinal pills, he felt that he couldn't breathe. That special aura of death seemed to be attacking Yang Dingtian all the time. It was as if he went deeper, even if no one attacked him, he would be penetrated by this aura of death and die. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and used all his willpower to force himself to go deeper, instead of turning around and running away. At this time, he was already 99 miles deep into the ghost-free area. Then, Yang Dingtian saw the undead overlord of this area. But it didn't seem to be a 15th level, not even a 16th level. Yao Li had taught Yang Dingtian about elemental creatures and undead levels. The energy light emitted by 15th level elemental creatures was golden. Their energy essence was also golden. And the light emitted by 20th level elemental creatures was colorless. And this undead overlord in front of him, although the energy light on its body was golden, it was very thin and gradually became colorless. Yang Dingtian asked, "Ghost Emperor, what level is this undead overlord in front of us?" The Nether Ghost Emperor didn't make any sound in the soul ring. It was pretending to be dead again. It could be seen that this undead overlord in front of him had already made the 11th level Nether Ghost Emperor not dare to make any sound. Yang Dingtian was instantly impressed. "You are the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, yet you are able to adapt to circumstances. When it was awesome, it could command hundreds of saint-level and half-saint-level undead and Shura. Now, when it was weak, it didn't dare to make a sound in front of a 16th or 17th level undead. In the end, Yang Dingtian roughly determined that this undead overlord's level was about 17th level. Yang Dingtian's intestines were about to explode from regret. What he wanted to hunt was merely a 15th rank undead creature, obtain its helm magic crystal, and transform into a half-step saint undead creature. This way, he could freely hunt all undead below 13th level. Because, to him, energy essences above 13th level were a huge waste. The most useful one was 12th level energy essence. But in the end, he encountered a 17th level undead. Such an awesome undead, even his 3 mysterious fire couldn't kill it. However, if he could obtain the helm magic crystal of this 17th level undead, it would be really awesome. In the entire Dark Realm, he could almost do whatever he wanted. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to kill a 17th level undead. Even the possibility of surviving was already impossible. After hesitating for less than half a second, Yang Dingtian decided to immediately turn around and escape. It was impossible for him to kill a 17th level undead. If he really did, he would definitely die. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian found that his body was completely immobile. "Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The 17th level undead opened its mouth to speak. That voice was really as ear-piercing and terrifying as a sharp blade scraping against glass. Yang Dingtian was surprised. The undead could actually speak? One had to know that the undead were just the ghosts of people who had already died. They might be violent and bloodthirsty, but they basically had no intelligence or consciousness. And this undead could actually speak? "Are you an undead? Are you a human?" the undead overlord suddenly said. "Are you here to hunt me down?" Yang Dingtian remained silent. "Since you came to hunt me down, why didn't you make a move and just left?" the 17th level undead overlord asked. "Fuck, I want to kill you. If you were at the 16th level, I would also go all out. But you're at the 17th level. What am I going to do? I'm just courting death." "Human, I'm really curious. You're at most an 11th level powerhouse. Why did you come to hunt me down?" the 17th level undead overlord asked. Yang Dingtian replied, "I didn't expect you to be at the 17th level." "Who told you that I was at the 17th level?" the undead overlord asked. "What level did you think the undead overlords of this domain were?" "I thought you were at the 15th level?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Oh? You thought you were at the 15th level? That means if you were at the 15th level, you could kill me?" the undead overlord asked. "That's right," Yang Dingtian said. "Ha ha 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 ha." The undead overlord laughed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that his head was about to explode. This voice was really too terrifying and ear-piercing. After the undead overlord stopped laughing, he said sarcastically, "An 11th level human actually said that he could kill a 15th level undead? How ridiculous. Good. I'm really going to open my eyes. I originally wanted to annihilate you directly, but since you said that you can kill a 5th-tier undead, I'll give you a chance to show it. Come, show me your heaven-defying moves and let me broaden my horizons. Let me see how you can eliminate an opponent who's 4 tiers higher than you," Yang Dingtian said. "If I show you that I can kill a 15th level or even 16th level undead, will you let me go?" "Ha ha," the undead overlord said. "I don't know. I only know that if you don't make a move and open my eyes, I'll turn you into ashes right now." This meant that he had to make a move no matter what. Even if he made a move, he might still die in a while. But if he didn't make a move, he would die immediately. Yang Dingtian began to gather his profound qi, preparing to release the 3 profound flame lightning and launch an attack. Before making a move, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Then may I ask what level of undead you are?" "The 18th level," the undead overlord said. "Fuck the 18th level?" Yang Dingtian swayed and almost fainted. Chapter 824. Originally, the 17th level was already enough to make Yang Dingtian despair. But now, this undead overlord in front of him was actually at the 18th level. Now Yang Dingtian's little life was already 90% gone. He really didn't expect that the undead overlord in this area was actually at the 18th level. If he had known, he wouldn't have come even if he died. A man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. But now that things had come to this, he could only gamble with his life. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's whole body was completely locked down. The demon spirit mist cloak's flash technique was useless. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only hope that the three mysterious flame lightning would cause this undead overlord in front of him to shake so much that it would lose its energy lock on him. Then, Yang Dingtian would use the flash technique to escape. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian said, "Your Excellency, I've already used up a lot of my Xian Qi. Can you allow me to fully recover my Xian Qi?" "Of course," the undead overlord said. Then, Yang Dingtian took a mysterious gathering pill. In just half an hour, his Xian Qi was fully recovered. Standing up, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Although this place was a vacuum, there was no air, only the aura of death. Whoosh! He summoned the million spirit demon fire with the chaotic attribute. Whoosh! Then, he summoned the demon spirit demon fire with the chaotic attribute. Whoosh! Finally, he summoned the transparent void splitting flame. Then, he poured 90% of his Xian Qi energy into the three mysterious flames. The remaining 10% was prepared to escape. Seeing Yang Dingtian's three mysterious flames, this undead overlord was still lazy, but it didn't take them seriously. Yes, three heaven and earth mysterious flames were already extremely heaven-defying among humans, but they were nothing among undead overlords. The three mysterious flames were all filled with Xian Qi energy. Whoosh! The three mysterious flames suddenly flew into the sky. Like meteors, they flew above the undead overlord's head. Then, they violently crashed. Boom! It wasn't just lightning. It was like the explosion of a large nuclear bomb. The darkness within 1,000 miles was violently torn apart. The entire night sky suddenly became as bright as day. This was a light that could completely blind people. The twin moons in the sky were completely covered by the glaring light. This incomparable mystic fire lightning condensed and struck the body of the rank 18 undead overlord. That's right, it was no longer a one-shot that could kill everything within several thousand meters. Instead, it was focused on a single point, the undead overlord. After the energy burst, Yang Dingtian didn't even look at the result. He quickly used the demonic spirit mist cloak's flash and turned around to flee. Sure enough, the seal was lifted and Yang Dingtian's blink was restored. Yang Dingtian ran for his life. In fact, although Yang Dingtian had only used 90% of his profound Qi's triple profound flame lightning, it was already much more powerful than the previous time. It was truly formidable. The rank 18 undead spirit overlord had actually lost control of Yang Dingtian after being bombarded. Of course, what was the result? Yang Dingtian was definitely not going to watch. He immediately turned around and ran for his life. Yang Dingtian ran, however, he only managed to run for less than 10,000 meters before he was instantly locked in place, unable to move at all. Once again, he was locked in place. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly turned cold, and his limbs turned cold. Could it be that he was really going to die this time? After a full half a minute, this terrifying light gradually faded away, and Yang Dingtian regained his vision. He once again saw the rank 18 undead overlord, only to see it tremble slightly and shudder. It was completely safe and sound, without the slightest damage. Then, he clicked his tongue in amazement. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. You're right, you're even more powerful than what you said. Not only can you kill a rank 15 undead overlord, that attack just now can also turn a rank 16 undead overlord into ashes. Then, this undead overlord sighed and said, "To think that such a terrifying person could appear in the human race. A mere rank 11 profound flame lightning that surpasses rank 16 profound flame lightning. How heaven-defying is that? I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Human, how old are you? More than 26 years old, Yang Dingtian said. Before the Great Nirvana era, the martial arts civilization should have been much more developed than yours, but there has never been such a powerful and terrifying person like you. The undead overlord sighed and said, I really can't imagine, 10 years later, 20 years later, what level will you be at? What exactly do you do? Are you the illegitimate child of the heavens? Yang Dingtian remained silent. The undead overlord said, Okay, finish sighing, you can die now. Yang Dingtian was stunned. When he heard the undead overlord's praise just now, he thought that he would let him live. The undead overlord said, If I was still a human, I would definitely spare your life. But now that I'm an undead, my heart is only filled with endless darkness. The more outstanding a human is, the more I want to kill them. Whoosh! Then, the undead overlord's skeletal hand slowly reached out, and suddenly, a green ghost fire slowly rose. Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, Senior, do you know Shiwu Piaoyan? The undead overlord was stunned, then nodded and said, Shiwu Piaoyan, of course I know him. The strongest person in the universe, the savior of the world, who doesn't know him? Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised and said, I'm his successor, so Senior might be an old friend to me. He used the same trick again. As long as he could save his life, he didn't care about these moral principles. The undead overlord sneered, gnashing his teeth, and said, Is that so? No wonder you're so powerful that it's terrifying. But since you're his successor, I'll tear you to pieces even more, turn you into ashes, and then completely devour your soul. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Why is that? He didn't expect that after he called out Shiwu Piaoyan's name, the undead overlord not only didn't spare his life, but also became even more vicious. Could it be that he was Shiwu Piaoyan's enemy? The undead overlord sneered and said, You must be thinking that I'm Shiwu Piaoyan's enemy, right? You're really thinking too much. I'm not qualified to be his enemy. However, he did trample on me once, even though it was very unintentional. So, he doesn't know who I am, but I hate him to the bone. Yang Dingtian was startled. Wasn't this too short? The person he met turned out to be an unintentional enemy of Shiwu Piaoyan. The undead overlord laughed coldly and said, Since you're Shiwu Piaoyan's successor, then I can't directly blast you to death with ghost fire. Instead, I'll devour you alive. Ha ha. Then, the undead overlord looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, the two moons in the sky were completely enveloped by the dark energy of death. Yang Dingtian raised his head, and even the moonlight in the sky couldn't be seen. The space around his body was completely enveloped by the energy of death. Boom! Then, the undead overlord suddenly changed, and his entire body completely turned into a raging ghost fire. It was a golden color that resembled a colorless will-o'-the-wisp, but at the same time, it carried a faint glow. Die, turn into ashes, devour. Then, the rank 18 undead overlord transformed into flames and charged towards Yang Dingtian. As for Yang Dingtian, he could not move at all. It was as if his entire body had been frozen. He could only watch helplessly as an 18th grade will-o'-the-wisp devoured him. Boom! The 18th grade ghost fire seemed capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth as it engulfed Yang Dingtian completely. The entire flame surged into Yang Dingtian's body. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's vision turned white, and his entire body sank into nothingness. After that, he didn't know anything. This energy was simply too powerful. Even if they were to die, they wouldn't feel anything. However, the feeling of being annihilated was too clear. It was unknown how much time had passed, or perhaps not much time had passed at all. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and slowly woke up. Am I dead? Or was it something else? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but stretch out his hands. That's right, his hands were still his, and his body was still his. Not only was he not dead, but he was also safe and sound. It was just that there was no profound chi energy in his body. It was empty. And that rank 18 undead overlord had completely disappeared without a trace. How strange. Why wasn't he dead? Then, Yang Dingtian quickly understood why. It was still the black-green dragon in the depths of his chi si. Because Yang Dingtian was about to die, it had no choice but to make a move again. Because if Yang Dingtian died, it would lose its host. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but wake up Queen Poisa in his mind and said, Sha, what happened just now, do you know? Queen Poisa shook her head and said, I don't know. This undead overlord was too powerful. Then, Yang Dingtian tried to feel the black-green dragon in the depths of his chi si. It was very strange that he couldn't feel its existence at all. Previously, although it was deeply dormant, Yang Dingtian could still feel it. But this time, Yang Dingtian actually couldn't feel it at all. Could it be that the black-green dragon and the rank 18 undead overlord had perished together? Please don't. The weight of 10,000 undead overlords added together was not as good as a black-green dragon. So, Yang Dingtian hurriedly let Queen Poisa's consciousness drill into his chi si to check if the black-green flame was still there. Fortunately, it was still there. But this time, it wasn't just dormant. It seemed to be dormant and resting. It was as if the destruction of this rank 18 undead overlord had reached the limit of this black-green dragon. Therefore, it had to sink into the depths of his chi si to recover. Of course, it might be digested, but the black-green flame didn't care about the undead energy. That meant that the next time there was such a fatal danger, the black-green flame wouldn't come to his rescue. At least, it would have to wait until it woke up again to make a move. In other words, Yang Dingtian couldn't court death without fear in the future. If he dared to court death again, he would really die. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and then raised his head. A golden helm magic crystal, which was gradually becoming transparent and colorless, floated in the air. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was ecstatic, almost suffocating. This was a rank 18 helm magic crystal. The black-green dragon really didn't want the undead energy, so after killing the undead overlord, it directly gave the helm magic crystal to Yang Dingtian. Could this be considered as regaining what was lost? Or even worse, Yang Dingtian was obviously going to die, but in the end, not only did he not die, but he really got a rank 18 helm magic crystal. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and held the rank 18 helm magic crystal in his hand. Wow! The energy inside was filled with the aura of death. It was really incomparably powerful. Smelling this aura, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, who was pretending to be dead, suddenly came to life and clicked his tongue. Heavens, a rank 18 helm magic crystal! Yang Dingtian said. Ghost Emperor, in view of your cowardice, you can only get a quarter of the helm magic crystal. You can object, but I'll start counting down from 10. After the countdown ends, you can only get a fifth. Okay. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Hurry up, use this rank 18 helm magic crystal to transform and then go hunt the high undead. You can do whatever you want within a few thousand miles. Kill whoever you want. All the undead below rank 17 can only stand there and be beaten by you. Not only do they not dare to fight back, they don't even dare to escape. Yang Dingtian said. This is a rank 18 helm magic crystal. Can I use it? Please, it's not like you're devouring it. If you dare to devour it, I guarantee that 100 lives will be gone. You're just using it to hide your transformation. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Hurry up, time is precious. Every moment is more precious than gold. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was right. Every minute was incomparably precious because the Great Taboo Day was only one day. He had to seize every minute to hunt. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and injected his divine sense into the rank 18 helm magic crystal. Then, he pressed it against his heart. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Dingtian transformed completely and turned into an extremely powerful Class 18 undead overlord. His whole body emitted a golden light. His 2 eyes were like dancing flames. Wherever he went, there was an unparalleled aura of death. From now on, he was the only undead overlord within 1,000 miles. The countless undead within 1,000 miles were all his prey. Yang Dingtian quickly sat down cross-legged and took a mystic gathering pill to recover his battle chi. More than half an hour later, his battle xian chi was already recovering slowly. Then, he quickly ran out of the domain. In an instant, an unparalleled death energy field followed. Within this energy field, all undead below rank 17 were unable to move and did not dare to resist. Soon, Yang Dingtian rushed out of the 100 miles free zone. More than 10,000 meters ahead, there were dozens of undead. There were 2 rank 16 undead and 3 rank 15 undead. Because this place was very close to the core of the domain, the undead here were all very high level. At this time, the rank 16 undead were hunting the rank 15 undead. While Yang Dingtian was rushing over, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed over. In an instant, all the undead at the 16th and 15th level stopped moving and stood there motionless. They were all stunned by the energy field of the rank 18 undead overlord. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Tonight, the real hunting feast had begun. Chapter 826. Yang Dingtian quickly locked onto a 16th level undead. Then, he summoned the million spirit demonic fire, demon spirit demonic fire, and void splitting fire. After infusing enough chi, the 3 mystic fires suddenly rushed into the sky. Then, they violently collided in the air. Boom! Suddenly, the incomparably powerful 3 mystic fire lightning directly bombarded the 16th level undead. Suddenly, a terrible light tore through the night sky again, like a nuclear explosion. During the whole process, the 16th level undead stood still. In an instant, it was directly turned into ashes. From the beginning to the end, it did not resist at all. It did not even try to escape. Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic fire lightning was indeed powerful. It could actually directly destroy a 16th level undead. There was a 16th level hell magic crystal floating in the air. Yang Dingtian immediately went over, collected it, and threw it into the soul ring. After destroying the 16th level undead, Yang Dingtian began to sit down and recover his chi for battle. After only a quarter of an hour, his chi for battle was completely recovered. Then, he used the 3 mystic fire lightning to destroy another 16th level undead. Then, there was another 16th level hell magic crystal in Yang Dingtian's soul ring. He sat down again, swallowed a mystic gathering pill, and recovered his chi for battle. At this time, there were only 5 15th level undead left. After recovering all his chi for battle, Yang Dingtian locked onto 3 15th level undead, and then bombarded them with the 3 mystic fire lightning. Boom! Once again, there was a light like a nuclear explosion. The terrible 3 mystic fire lightning directly bombarded the 3 15th level undead. Then, the night sky hundreds of miles away was as bright as day again. After nearly a minute, the light dissipated. Yang Dingtian found that the 3 15th level undead were actually not turned into ashes. They were just crazily trembling on the spot. Just a little bit more. It seemed that Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic fire lightning was not enough to destroy 3 15th level undead at the same time. So, after Yang Dingtian recovered his chi for battle, he bombarded them again. The 3 15th level undead were officially turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian had obtained 3 more 15th tier hell magic crystals. Next, after Yang Dingtian recovered his battle chi, he used the 3 profound fire lightning to eliminate the remaining 2 5th level undead creatures. It would be difficult to kill 3 at the same time, but 2 wasn't a problem. The first wave of crazy hunting had ended. Yang Dingtian obtained a total of 2 16th tier and 5 15th tier hell mana crystals. Yang Dingtian once again moved towards the periphery. It didn't take long for them to encounter a huge wave of specters. There were hundreds of specters at the 12th, 13th, 14th, and even 15th level. At this moment, these undead were crazily killing and devouring each other. Yang Dingtian rushed into the center of this pile of undead spirits. In an instant, the hundreds of undead froze in place, unable to move at all. The death aura of a level 18 undead instantly suppressed them. Then, the undead waited for Yang Dingtian's verdict. He had struck it rich. Although this wave wasn't as high level as the first wave, the 12th level hell magic crystals were what Yang Dingtian needed. Yang Dingtian directly released the 3 profound fire lightning to the extreme, and then violently blasted it down. This time, it wasn't targeted at one or a few undead creatures, but all hundreds of them. Boom! Once again, the terrifying light tore through the sky. Then, hundreds of low-level undead creatures were all turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged, recovered his battle chi, and then quickly released the second profound fire lightning. Suddenly, dozens of undead creatures were turned into ashes. Next, Yang Dingtian released the 3 profound fire lightning 15 times, spending 2.5 hours. Finally, this wave of undead creatures was completely wiped out. Hundreds of different kinds of hell magic crystals floated in the air. Yang Dingtian quickly collected these hell magic crystals, and then sent them all into the soul ring. After recovering his battle chi, he once again rushed outside to kill the 3rd wave of undead creatures. 200 miles later, Yang Dingtian encountered the 3rd large-scale gathering of undead creatures. This time, it was even crazier, with a total of 1 to 2,000 undead creatures. However, their levels would be much lower. The highest were only 12th level undead creatures, with some 11th level undead creatures, and most of them were 9th level and 10th level undead creatures. At this time, these undead creatures were completely in a mess. And after Yang Dingtian rushed in, the death aura of the 18th level undead overlord suppressed them again. All the undead within a radius of a few miles instantly stopped moving and stood still. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything, and directly blasted the 3 profound fire lightning. Boom! The terrifying light of a nuclear bomb exploded once again, and hundreds of undead creatures were all turned into ashes. Suddenly, colorful hell magic crystals floated in the air. Yang Dingtian recovered his battle chi at the fastest speed, and then blasted again. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, after a total of 18 times, nearly 3 hours later. Yang Dingtian finally wiped out this wave of close to 2,000 undead creatures. Then, he quickly went to collect these 2,000 hell magic crystals. This time, it could be considered the biggest harvest in history. After collecting these hell magic crystals, Yang Dingtian said, "Nether Ghost Emperor, you should give me the energy essences of the first 2 waves." After the Nether Ghost Emperor swallowed countless hell magic crystals, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he suddenly felt like his soul had left his body. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, he directly said, "Do you think I will be greedy for your hell magic crystals?" Then, a handful of energy essences quickly appeared in Yang Dingtian's palm. Yang Dingtian quickly put them all into the energy jade box. "Oh right, I can't purify the 14th level, 15th level, and 16th level hell magic crystals at the moment. I need to at least break through to 14th level," the Nether Ghost Emperor said. Yang Dingtian asked, "How far have you broken through?" "5th level, 12th level," the Nether Ghost Emperor said. "Because I didn't devour the hell magic crystals above 14th level, that would be too wasteful. So I need your hell magic crystals below 13th level. Quickly send them in. After I break through, I can purify the high-level hell magic crystals for you." Yang Dingtian immediately stuffed close to 2,000 hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Suddenly, the Nether Ghost Emperor trembled, as if he had taken drugs. "Heavens! Heavens! 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 This world is too crazy. Only when you lose it do you know how precious energy is." Then, the Nether Ghost Emperor quickly took out his share and devoured it crazily. Yang Dingtian began to recover his battle chi, preparing for the next wave of killing. Because there was not much time left, the 2 moons were already in the west, and the great taboo day was about to end. Soon, Yang Dingtian arrived at the next wave, which was already 400 miles away. There were even more undead here, more than 10,000 of them. However, their levels were too low, the highest was only 9th level. Even 10th level undead couldn't be seen. This should be the outermost area of this area. Although killing this batch of undead was relatively easy, the price-performance ratio was too low. Thus, Yang Dingtian decided to try another undead area. If he could encounter a wave of 2,000 undead of between 10th and 13th level, that would be too awesome. After making the decision, he immediately went to do it. Yang Dingtian used the demonic mist cloak's blink technique. He quickly flew towards the south, looking for the next undead area. This was a simple matter. Yang Dingtian didn't care about the consumption of his Xian Qi at all. He used the blink technique and rushed 1,000 miles away, discovering a brand new undead area. He directly rushed to the outermost area, where there were more than 10,000 low-level undead. Yang Dingtian didn't rush in immediately, but sat down cross-legged to restore his combat Xian Qi. Originally, Yang Dingtian was worried that if he wasn't the overlord of this area, these undead would be afraid of him and rebel. As a result, he worried too much. When he appeared in this group of undead, the tens of thousands of undead were motionless, standing there, and all stopped killing each other. After restoring his combat Xian Qi, Yang Dingtian began to go deeper. Soon, he encountered the undead group that he had dreamed of. This wave of undead was more wonderful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. There were nearly 3,000 undead, with the lowest being 9th level and the highest being 13th level. The situation of this group of undead was simply perfect. At this time, the 2 moons were already very far to the west, and there wasn't much time left. This was definitely the last wave of hunting, and it was also the wave of hunting that Yang Dingtian had reaped the most rewards. He took a deep breath. He summoned 3 Xian flames, and then injected all his Xian Qi energy. The 3 Xian flames flew into the air and slammed into each other. Boom! The unparalleled Xian flame lightning suddenly enveloped the whole group of 3,000 undead. Once again, there was a violent light like a nuclear bomb. Countless low-level undead were instantly turned into ashes. Fast, 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 Yang Dingtian took the Xian gathering pill regardless of the cost to restore his combat Xian Qi. Then, he released the second Xian flame lightning as fast as he could. Boom! In the light of the power of blinding, countless undead were instantly turned into ashes. In this way, Yang Dingtian restored his Xian Qi as fast as he could and released the Xian flame lightning as fast as he could. The 10th attack. The 15th attack. The 20th attack. The 2 moons were constantly slanting to the west, and the end of the Great Forbidden Day was getting closer and closer. And around Yang Dingtian, the surviving high undead were getting fewer and fewer. The 23rd attack. The 25th attack. Soon. There were only a few high undead in the surroundings. Boom! Yang Dingtian suddenly released the last Xian flame lightning. In an instant, the last few high undead were all turned into ashes. In the air, there were 3,000 hell magic crystals floating. Sure enough, it was the most abundant harvest. Yang Dingtian's hunting feast was over. Next, it was time to count all the harvest of the Great Forbidden Day. It was really a case of not opening for half a month, but opening for 100 years. Chapter 827. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to reap his fruits of labor, then, there was a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and suddenly, a brand new undead suddenly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was stunned at first. He had clearly finished killing all of them just now. Why was there another one running over? However, when he opened his eyes to see clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. Because this undead's body was emitting a colorless light. That's right, it was colorless. This could only mean one thing. This undead was a level 20 saint-level undead. Yang Dingtian's body was completely unable to move in an instant. It should be the undead overlord of this area. Yang Dingtian should have invaded its territory, so it came to defend its authority. This saint-level undead monarch stared at Yang Dingtian with its transparent and colorless eyes. After a long time, it slowly raised the sword in its hand without saying a word. This sword was a skeletal bone sword, and it was releasing an incomparably terrifying aura from all over its body. It seemed that this was a very silent undead monarch. Yang Dingtian's celestial qi at this time was almost exhausted. Of course, even if his celestial qi was full, it would be useless. If he was cut down by the opponent's sword, he would definitely die. In front of an 18th level powerhouse, he was incomparably weak, let alone a 20-level saint-level powerhouse. Before, when Yang Dingtian entered this undead territory, he had also thought about this problem. Would he anger the undead overlord of this area? But thinking that he was faster, the undead overlord should only care about those high-level undead. Yang Dingtian only hunted the undead in the periphery, so it shouldn't mind. As a result, this undead monarch minded. Looking at the sword raised by the undead monarch, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Your Excellency, do you know Shiwu Piaoyan? I am his successor." When Yang Dingtian said this sentence again, it felt as if a crack had opened in the ground, and then he had drilled into it. How shameful, he was using the tiger's skin as a banner. But after hearing Yang Dingtian's words, this undead monarch did not have any reaction. Just like before, he slashed down with his sword. "My life is over." At this point, releasing the Naga Shuang would be useless. Even so, it could only give this undead monarch a temporary shock. Although he couldn't kill Naga, he could still kill Yang Dingtian. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to be smashed into pieces, suddenly the two enormous moons descended. The bone sword that the undead monarch used to slash at Yang Dingtian suddenly disappeared. Then, the undead lord also disappeared inch by inch, turning into endless darkness. Yang Dingtian didn't even have the time to exclaim in surprise. He used the last of his profound qi to quickly collect the hell magic crystals in the air. He didn't even have time to store them in the energy jade box, and directly poured them into the soul ring. As the great taboo day ended, the energy field of the dark realm would change, and the energy crystals would turn into nothing. In less than a few seconds, Yang Dingtian flashed a few dozen kilometers and collected more than half of the hell mana crystals. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly shouted, It's full, you can't enter." It turned out that the soul ring was already full. There were too many hell magic crystals. It was too late. Yang Dingtian quickly poured the rest of the hell magic crystals into the interspatial ring. This was an absolutely isolated space, and it had a very limited volume. Therefore, the hell magic crystals couldn't evaporate, and could be stored for a long time. Finally, the great taboo day was completely over. The two moons had completely disappeared, and the powerful yin energy that filled the dark realm had also completely disappeared. The two suns in the east would rise again after a period of time. Although Yang Dingtian's speed was already extremely fast, there was still a small portion of the hell magic crystals that turned into ashes in the air, dispersing into wisps of death energy and dissipating in the dark realm. Yang Dingtian sighed and thought to himself, "There's nothing perfect in this world. Tonight was already extremely sumptuous. Perhaps a little bit of regret would be the best result." At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly shouted, Quickly take out your level 18 hell magic crystal!" "How do I do it?" Yang Dingtian asked loudly. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, "Use lightning to strike yourself." Yang Dingtian quickly used Devil Sky splitting lightning to strike himself directly. Immediately, his whole body broke away from the shadow of the 18th step undead overlord with cold cicada. Immediately after, the level 18 undead overlord's shadow quickly condensed into a level 18 hell magic crystal, and was about to be completely annihilated. Yang Dingtian used lightning speed to stuff it into the soul ring. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor had just devoured a lot of his own hell magic crystals, so this level 18 hell magic crystal safely entered the soul ring. However, its energy was still a little lacking. Yang Dingtian didn't have time to take inventory because the last wave of hell magic crystals was too sumptuous. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor still needed some time to finish devouring and purifying. He quickly sat down cross-legged and recovered his battle Xian Qi. After nearly 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi had completely recovered. Then, he used his fastest speed to fly towards the underground cave where Yao Li and the others were hiding. Using the blink technique, Yang Dingtian arrived 1,000 miles away in just an hour, where Yao Li and the others were hiding. Before he could lift the rock, Yao Li's voice came from inside. Yang Dingtian, is that you? Yes, it's me, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the rock was lifted and Yang Dingtian quickly flashed in. As soon as he entered the cave, Yao Zi's voluptuous body pounced on him and said, You're finally back. I was so worried about you. Then, under Yao Li's murderous gaze, Yao Zi unwillingly let go of Yang Dingtian. Then she opened her big eyes and said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, was it fun? Did you get a lot? Yang Dingtian nodded. Yao Zi said, Sigh, I shouldn't have hidden back then. I should have gone with you. After saying that, she gently stuck out her tongue. She knew that what she said was ridiculous. As the Nether Ghost Emperor's purification of the Hell Magic crystals was not completed, Yang Dingtian picked up the sword and began to modify the underground cave. Although it was difficult to modify it into a 4-room, 2-living-room layout, it was still possible to make the cave bigger and more comfortable for the 6 of them. In the end, 4 to 5 hours passed. Yao Li and the others really managed to dig out 2 rooms. Finally, the Nether Ghost Emperor's purification and essence work was completed. After devouring the portion that belonged to him, the remaining Hell Magic crystals were all refined into energy essence. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to take out the energy essence, Yao Li suddenly said, Everyone, follow me to the other room. Immediately, the 5 of them all went to the other room. Although Yao Li trusted Bo Lu and the others, she was still worried that they would have other thoughts when faced with such a large amount of energy essence. More importantly, she felt that not knowing Yang Dingtian's specific harvest was beneficial to both sides. Yang Dingtian felt that it was unnecessary, but Yao Li was still determined to do so. Thus, only Yang Dingtian was left in the stone room to do the inventory. Immediately, Yang Dingtian saw that there were more and more Hell Magic crystals in his hands. More and more, more and more. A few dozen, a few hundred, a few thousand. There were actually a few thousand of them. This harvest was simply too crazy and bountiful. Yang Dingtian was extremely happy. The results were out. After deducting the Nether Ghost Emperor's share, the energy essence was as follows. Level 16, 2. Level 15, 5. Level 14, 8. Level 13, 40. Level 12, 115. Level 11, 373. Level 10, 1123. Level 9, 1958. Level 8, 1235. Of course, there was also a portion of the Hell Magic crystals that Yang Dingtian kept in the interspatial ring. A considerable portion of the low-level undead essence was directly devoured by the Nether Ghost Emperor. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, Ghost Emperor, you've devoured so many Hell Magic crystals. What's your cultivation level now? The Nether Ghost Emperor proudly said. How is it too much? It's only a quarter. Then, he said, Now I'm already at level 14, 5th rank. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. You've only devoured a quarter and you're already at level 14, 8th rank. How much will I break through? The Nether Ghost Emperor said. I think you should calm down first. Don't think about reaching the sky in a single step. I'm an energy body, you're a human. After devouring the Hell Magic crystals, I can absorb most of the energy and convert it into my own cultivation. But you, to break through a certain level of the Sea of Qi, you need 10 times or dozens of times the energy of the same level. So your conversion rate is less than a fraction of mine. Yang Dingtian said. Then how much do you think I'll break through? If you devoured all of them, you'll probably be at level 13. The Nether Ghost Emperor said. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian said in shock. My harvest this time is more than others in 100 years. That's right, the Nether Ghost Emperor said. But the experts in the Little Western Paradise who cultivate here need at least 200 years to break through to level 13 from level 11. It's not like you don't know Yao Li's situation. Yang Dingtian was stunned. That's right, Yao Li was the young master of the Silverman clan. He cultivated in the dark realm twice but still did not break through to half-step saint. Now, it seemed that humans were the most powerful intelligent life forms. The time needed to break through to level 9 was the shortest. Unfortunately, humans had a limited lifespan. Moreover, the capacity of their sea of Qi and Xian meridians were limited. So, after the Great Nirvana, it was very difficult to cultivate to the Saint Realm. However, there were still Saint Realm experts 500 years ago. Although their numbers were very few, they still existed. Yang Dingtian could not imagine how the experts from 500 years ago broke through to Saint Realm. But obviously it was impossible to do it normally. They must have had a great opportunity. Otherwise, they would not be able to break through to Saint Realm in 200 or 300 years. However, there seemed to be no records of how these people broke through to Saint Realm. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian fused the energy essences and fused all the energy essences to the peak of each class. In the end, there were a total of 80 peak level 9 level 8, 130 peak level 9 level 9, 80 energy essences close to level 11, 32 energy essences close to level 12, 21 energy essences close to level 13. Above level 13, there was no need to fuse them. They were still the same. Sure enough, once the fusion was completed, the harvest did not seem to be that great. Yang Dingtian went outside and met with Yao Li and the others. He said, "About the distribution this time, this is what I plan to do." "You don't have to say it," Yao Li said. "We will never accept it. If we accept it, it will be a stain on our dignity. The Fox Demon clan will never accept handouts." Yang Dingtian was startled and said, "But I might really need your strength." Yao Li said, "No matter what kind of name it is, this is reaping without sowing." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Yao Zi Yao Wen Ah Wu, how many energy essences do we need to break through to level 11? Yao Li said, "You don't have to ask that." Yang Dingtian said, "Just tell me." Yao Zi said, "We need about 20 energy essences close to level 11 and 2 energy essences close to level 12 to break through. That's about the same as my estimation." Yang Dingtian took out 3 energy jade boxes and handed them to Yao Zi. In each box, there are 20 energy essences close to level 11 and 2 energy essences close to level 12. Seeing that Yao Li was about to stand up, Yang Dingtian said, "Listen to me first." Yang Dingtian said, "Yao Li, it will be more difficult for you to break through to level 12 from level 11, level 8, because this is a major rank. You need about 6 energy essences close to level 12 and 3 energy essences close to level 13. Then Yang Dingtian took out another box and said, "The energy essences here should be enough for you to break through to level 12. Yang Dingtian looked at Bo Lu and said, "If you want to break through to level 12, you might need more energy essences. The ones in this box should be enough for you to break through to level 12. As soon as these words came out, Bo Lu's expression changed drastically. He was an attendant, and Yao Li was the master. This time, the energy essences he received were actually more than Yao Li. Ah Wen and Ah Wu were also attendants, and the energy essences they received were actually the same as Yao Zi. Immediately Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu felt a complete shudder from the inside out. Of course, my allocation this time is all based on needs. There is only one goal, and that is to not turn and run when we encounter level 12 energy essences," Yang Dingtian said. "Bo Lu, Yao Li, and I have all broken through to level 12, and I have even broken through to a higher level. Then, in the following time, not only can we fight level 12, we can even fight level 13, and our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, this kind of allocation based on needs will only be done once. In the future, we will still follow Yao Li's allocation method." Yao Li waited until Yang Dingtian finished speaking, and her expression was solemn. She immediately wanted to reject Yang Dingtian's gift. Yang Dingtian stopped her and said, "I'm not a villain, and I'm not a gentleman. I have to say here that I may need your help in the future doomsday war of the human countries. I need your strength very much, so I beg you to accept it. Of course, there is still a lot of energy essences left, but I'm sorry, I need to break through to half-saint in a very, very short time. Yao Li said. You said that you can leave the dark realm in advance, right? You can also take us out in advance? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. So I hope that when the Doomsday War arrives, you can lend me a hand. Yao Li was silent for a moment, and then she nodded and said, I understand. Then, under Yao Li's lead, each person took away their own energy jade box. After the allocation, each person began to devour the energy essences and break through their cultivation base. First, Yao Li and Bo Lu broke through. As expected, the energy essences Yang Dingtian gave them were enough for them to break through to level 12. Then Yao Li and Bo Lu began to guard. Yang Dingtian, Yao Zi, Ao Wen, and Ao Wu began to devour and break through. Yang Dingtian first took out the energy essence close to level 12, began to devour, and began to break through. Boom! Endless energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's Qi. Just a quarter of an hour later, Yang Dingtian's Qi suddenly exploded, and his entire body sank into nothingness. He broke through to level 11, first grade. Boom! 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 Just like that, Yang Dingtian crazily devoured the energy essences and broke through crazily. Chapter 828. Although there were a lot of energy essences given to Yao Li and the others, especially those close to level 12, there were a total of 32. Yang Dingtian directly gave out more than half of them. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian wanted to devour these close to level 12 energy essences. When the critical moment came, he would use these close to level 13 energy essences to advance by leaps and bounds. This was also the most reasonable plan. Out of the 32 close to level 12, Yang Dingtian gave out 17, leaving him with 15. Of course, Yang Dingtian was already very close to level 11, first grade, so he broke through almost instantly and almost didn't spend any energy essences. Soon, Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, second grade. At this time, the first close to level 12 energy essence was exhausted, and the second was also half consumed. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, third grade. At this time, more than half of the fifth energy essence was also consumed. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, fourth grade. At this time, the seventh close to level 12 energy essence had been exhausted. Boom! When Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, fifth grade. The 10th close to level 12 energy essence had been exhausted. Boom! When Yang Dingtian broke through level 11, sixth grade. The 14th close to level 12 energy essence was exhausted. Then, the last close to level 12 energy essence was exhausted. Yang Dingtian began to devour the close to level 13 energy essence. In fact, at this time, he could keep a part of the ordinary level 12 energy essence and break through safely. But Yang Dingtian still chose the ultimate level energy essence. This way, the breakthrough would be very powerful and there would be no waste of energy. Sure enough, when the close to level 13 energy essence poured into Yang Dingtian's body, he saw a white light in front of his eyes, and then his whole body instantly fell into nothingness. This close to level 13 energy essence was really too powerful. In just a moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed to level 11, 7th grade. Boom! In a moment, he directly rushed to level 11, 8th grade. Then, when he was about to break through level 11, 9th grade, the first close to level 13 energy essence was completely exhausted. Look, this was the strength of the ultimate energy essence. It was not sloppy at all, but rather a mad dash. The second energy essence that was close to level 13 surged in. As expected, a powerful energy surged in. Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 9th rank of the 11th step, and then continued to soar rapidly. The 9th, 12th, and 15th stages were all major stages. Of course, the 9th and 15th ranks were more important. No matter how big the 12th level was, it was just a passing hurdle. After breaking through to the 9th rank of the 11th step, the energy essence continued to pour in. Soon Yang Dingtian's sea of qi began to expand. The second one's energy essence, which was close to level 13, was exhausted. His sea of chi was still expanding, but it lacked the motivation to make a sudden breakthrough. The third energy essence that was close to rank 13 surged in. Boom, boom, boom! Finally, when the third one was close to rank 13, the energy essence was exhausted. Yang Dingtian successfully broke through the 12th stage. Yang Dingtian had 21 energy essences that were close to rank 13. After giving away 5, he still had 16 left. Now 3 were used to break through to the 12th stage, and there were 13 left. Only 1 was used to break through to the first rank of the 12th stage. 2 were used to break through to the second rank of the 12th stage. 2.5 were used to break through to the third rank of the 12th stage. 4 were used to break through to the fourth rank of the 12th stage. From this data, it could be seen that the energy essence needed to break through the sea of qi was not very regular. There was only a general pattern, and it would be more or less completely based on various situations. And when Yang Dingtian used up all the energy essences close to rank 12, he had not broken through to the 5th rank of the 12th stage. At this time, he still had about 40 energy essences of rank 13 in his hands. He could choose to directly devour the energy essences of rank 13, or he could choose to synthesize the 40 energy essences close to rank 14. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian still chose to synthesize. After synthesizing the 40 energy essences of rank 13, there were only 6 energy essences close to rank 14 left. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. With this number, it should not be a problem to break through to the 13th stage. Yang Dingtian's devouring continued and began to devour the energy essences close to rank 14. In an instant, the golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and the feeling of completely losing consciousness came again. Boom! In an instant, the incomparably powerful energy essence madly entered. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi did not seem to break through, but directly exploded to the 5th rank of the 12th stage. Then, without any pause, he directly broke through to the 6th rank of the 12th stage. Then, the energy surged in again and directly broke through to the 7th rank of the 12th stage. At this time, the first energy essence close to rank 14 was used up. The second energy essence close to rank 14 began to be devoured. Boom! Yang Dingtian broke through to the 8th rank of the 12th stage. But when he was about to break through to the 9th rank of the 12th stage, the second energy essence close to rank 14 was used up. He began to devour the third energy essence close to rank 14. Boom! As expected, Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 9th rank of the 12th stage. Then, he began to break through again. When the third energy essence close to rank 14 was used up, the sea of qi did not change much. When the fourth was used up, the sea of qi began to expand. When the fifth was used up, the sea of qi expanded to the limit. When the sixth began to devour, the sea of qi suddenly exploded. Boom! Yang Dingtian finally got his wish and broke through to the 13th rank. Moreover, the sixth energy essence close to rank 14 still did not stop after breaking through to the 13th rank, directly allowing Yang Dingtian to break through to the first rank of the 13th rank. It seemed that the breakthrough of devouring energy essence, within a certain range, really did not have a very accurate pattern to speak of. From the 9th rank of the 11th rank, breaking through to the 12th rank, it only used about 2 energy essences close to the 13th rank. However, to break through to the 13th rank, it actually used nearly 4. Of course, although he finally broke through to the first rank of the 13th rank, the energy essence consumed was indeed a little more. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. At this time, several hours had already passed. His devouring and breakthrough was almost over. This meant that the harvest of the entire Great Taboo Day was almost over. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had a batch of energy essences close to the 9th rank, the 10th rank, and the 11th rank at this time. This was because, although devouring energy essences lower than the cultivation level was effective, the cost-performance ratio was not high. Therefore, Yang Dingtian planned to bring this batch of energy essences back to the human countries and give it to the higher-ups of the Council of Light to help them break through their cultivation level. At this time, Yang Dingtian still had 8 energy essences close to the 14th rank, 5 energy essences close to the 15th rank, 2 unpurified hell magic crystals of the 16th rank, and 1 unpurified hell magic crystal of the 18th rank. And in his space ring, there was still a batch of hell magic crystals that had not been purified in time. There were probably a few hundred of them, or perhaps 1,000 of them. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't able to estimate the exact class. At this time, Yang Dingtian was faced with another choice. Should he devour the remaining 8 energy essences of the 14th rank? According to his estimation, these 8 energy essences could be combined into 1 energy essence close to the 15th rank, and then there would be about 1 or 2 left. After thinking for a moment, Yang Dingtian still decided to combine the 8 energy essences of the 14th rank. Sure enough, in the end, he only managed to combine 1 energy essence close to the 15th rank, leaving behind an ordinary 14th rank. Yang Dingtian held this huge energy essence close to the 15th rank, and could not help but feel a little shaken. This energy essence was close to the golden color. Yang Dingtian decided to try devouring an ordinary 14th rank energy essence. Soon, Yang Dingtian discovered its characteristics. Soon, Yang Dingtian discovered why he had to combine the ultimate energy essence. The energy contained in this 14th rank energy essence was very sufficient and very strong, surpassing that of close to the 14th rank. However, it was not strong. The process of entering the body and energy reserve was relatively slow. Therefore, during the whole process, there was a huge overflow and waste. In the end, this 14th rank 4th rank energy essence was clearly stronger than the energy essence close to the 14th rank, but it took close to 20 minutes for it to be completely devoured. In the end, Yang Dingtian swallowed this 14th rank 4th rank energy essence and broke through to the 13th rank 2nd rank. That was all. And if Yang Dingtian had swallowed an energy essence close to the 14th rank, it might not even take 1.5 to achieve such a breakthrough. And the energy contained in the 14th rank 4th rank energy essence was several times that of close to the 14th rank. It seemed that there was no need to think about it in the future, and it was right to combine the ultimate energy essence directly. Because, when 5 or 6 energy essences were combined together, the degree of energy condensation would be much higher, and the impact would be much stronger. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian held the combined ultimate energy essence in his hand, which was close to the 15th rank. It was already faintly golden. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian began to devour. Pfft! Almost suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian only felt that his whole body was about to explode violently, and his whole body was almost smashed into pieces in an instant. He had made a mistake. He had to at least reach the 13th rank 6th rank before he could devour an energy essence close to the 15th rank. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand it. It was also fortunate that the Xian meridians and Sea of Qi in his body had been transformed by the Naga Xian meridians. Otherwise, his body would have exploded, his Xian meridians shattered, and he would be deader than dead. Then, in the midst of unparalleled pain, powerful energy madly poured into Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Boom! He broke through the 13th rank 3rd rank. Boom! He broke through the 13th rank 4th rank. Boom! He broke through the 13th rank 5th rank. In the end, his Sea of Qi was still expanding, as if it was ready to break through the 13th rank 6th rank. But in the end, it still did not break through. This combined ultimate energy essence was indeed incomparably powerful. He absolutely could not touch the 15th rank energy essence. Yang Dingtian began to think that there were about 1,000 hell magic crystals in his space ring. If he purified them into energy essence and devoured them, would he break through the 14th rank? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was filled with anticipation. Chapter 829. Ghost Emperor, I still have a batch of hell magic crystals in my space ring. What should I do? Yang Dingtian asked. Can I transfer them to the Soul Ring as fast as I can? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. No, the entire dark realm is filled with yang energy. If the hell magic crystals are exposed to the outside world for even a moment, they will be completely destroyed. This is completely different from when the 2 moons first fell. At that time, the dark realm was still filled with yang energy. Yang Dingtian asked. Then what should I do? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. There are 2 ways. The first way is to bring it to the Netherworld plane and take it out. Then, before the countless undead experts attack, use the fastest speed to purify it into energy essence. Yang Dingtian said. Who knows how long that will take? Tell me the second way. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. The second way is to ask this old man to purify them in your space ring. Don't even think about it. Yang Dingtian instinctively reacted like this because the sleeping Naga Shuang was in the space ring, and she was barely wearing anything. Although the Netherworld Ghost Emperor was not a human, and was only an energy life form, Yang Dingtian did not want anyone to see Naga Shuang's body. Or rather, Yang Dingtian did not want anyone to discover Naga Shuang's secret. Then forget it. Let's talk about this batch of hell magic crystals later. Yang Dingtian asked. Ghost Emperor, tell me honestly. What did you give to Walingzi 200 years ago and Dishi Bian 200 years ago? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment. It's a small part of the Netherworld Ghost Fire that I have accumulated for 10,000 years. Yang Dingtian said. That means, although it's a small part, its power and attributes are still there? Yes. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Otherwise, do you think that any random flame can give someone eternal life? Yang Dingtian. Since you can purify the Hell Crystal, does that mean that Walingzi and Dishi Bian can also do it? The Nether Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment before he said. Do you want to ask how Walingzi broke through to the half-step Saint realm? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. I've discovered that with the current environment of the human countries, I've already lost the opportunity to break through to the half-saint level. Walingzi can't compare to Zhu Qingzhu and Duga Xiao. He doesn't look like someone who can break through to the half-step saint realm. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. That's right, Walingzi and Dishi Bian can both purify hell magic crystals. However, the 2 of them didn't need to do that because they could directly devour hell magic crystals. The hell magic crystal has a fatal death energy, but these 2 have a part of the Netherworld Ghost Flame, so they don't fear natural death. Finally, Yang Dingtian understood how Walingzi broke through to the half-step saint realm. He was completely the same as the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, directly devouring ghosts and undead to break through. No wonder he could break through to the half-step saint realm with such a character. Zhu Qingzhu and Duga Xiao, such outstanding people, could only desperately approach the half-step saint realm and never truly break through. Walingzi was much weaker in all aspects, but he could break through. Now, countless people in the entire southern barbarian continent had died under his demonic claws. The several battlefields in the chaotic continent had probably become Walingzi's carnival grounds. Dishi Bian, on the other hand, didn't know anything about this. As expected of the world's third arcane flame, it was really awesome. Not only did it have an out-of-body experience, but it could also directly devour undead to break through. Yang Dingtian's Void Fisher Flame could create spatial doors, cross the void border, and mix an arcane flame lightning. Other than that, Yang Dingtian didn't know what other heaven-defying abilities it had. Yang Dingtian couldn't allow the Netherworld Ghost Emperor to enter the spatial ring, so he had to think of another way to get the hell magic crystals. However, he could count them in the spatial ring. Thus, Yang Dingtian's divine sense entered the spatial ring and counted the hell magic crystals. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. What's going on? What's going on? Where did the 1,000 or so hell magic crystals go? Why are there only a few dozen left? Yang Dingtian desperately searched in the spatial ring, but there were only a few dozen left. Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, Ghost Emperor, will the hell magic crystals be destroyed in the spatial ring? Impossible. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. The spatial ring's isolated space is very small. Even if one hell magic crystal is destroyed, it will be completely filled. Out of the 1,000 hell magic crystals, At most 1 or 2 will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Was he seeing a ghost? He had clearly put in 1,000 hell magic crystals, so why were there only a few dozen left? However, Yang Dingtian quickly discovered the reason. Because he discovered that the remaining few dozen hell magic crystals were still decreasing. He saw that one of the level 14 hell magic crystals had turned into a ball of golden light. Then, as Naga Shuang's breathing rose and fell, this ball of golden light entered Naga Shuang's body. One had to know that because there was no air in the interspatial ring, Naga Shuanger did not breathe when she slept. But now, she was actually breathing, not air, but the energy of the hell magic crystals. It had been a full day since Yang Dingtian put in 1,000 hell magic crystals. Naga Shuang had unknowingly devoured all the hell magic crystals in her sleep, and there were only a few dozen left. Moreover, she was still devouring them. Soon, Yang Dingtian watched as the Naga Shuang devoured all the hell magic crystals one by one, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Yang Dingtian didn't stop her. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Previously, although Naga Shuang had transformed and become stronger after devouring life, she had also become cruel. In the last few times, she couldn't help but attack Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he could only coax her to sleep most of the time, and didn't dare to let her transform and appear again. This was because whenever she woke up, she would be very hungry, and when she was hungry, she would desperately devour, and after that, she would lose her mind. If this continued, Naga Shuang would one day become an incomparably bloodthirsty and cruel demigod, and might even destroy the entire world. This was because Naga Shuang's ability to devour energy was even more terrifying than that of the ancient Naga. In the ancient Naga, there was still cultivation, and most of the time, they only devoured the energy of nature. In Shuanger's generation of Naga, she had begun to devour life directly. This way, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, but also become even more terrifying. If she was allowed to continue devouring, she would definitely devour the last life in this world, and in the end, she would be the only one left. At this time, although Naga Shuang was still devouring to become stronger, she was doing it in her sleep, so it was more gentle. It shouldn't have any effect on her temperament. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Shuanger's transformation. Last time, after devouring the energy of the Rakshasa, she had transformed by 4 inches, and half of her thighs had turned into human form. Her cultivation had also reached mid-level martial grandmaster. Now that Yang Dingtian carefully looked at Shuanger's body, he was really shocked. This time, it was several times larger than the last time, and she had transformed by more than a foot. A few inches below Shuanger's knees were already human. She was already very, very close to completely transforming into a human. This was the biggest transformation in Shuanger's history. Once her thighs and feet completely transformed, Shuanger would completely transform into human form. At that time, she would be able to copulate with Yang Dingtian. At that time, she would completely become one with Yang Dingtian, and Yang Dingtian would also have some demigod attributes. Although it had been several years since Naga Shuang's transformation, Yang Dingtian was really not mentally prepared for Shuanger's complete transformation. It was much faster than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian did not dare to disturb Naga Shuang at all, lest she woke up. Although Yang Dingtian trusted Yao Li very much, Naga Shuang's secret could not be exposed. Thus, Yang Dingtian's harvest on the Great Taboo Day officially came to an end. In the end, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at level 13 5th rank, 1/5 rank away from level 15 half-saint. In just one Great Taboo Day, he had broken through to level 2 5th rank, far surpassing all the achievements of the past few months in the Dark Realm. Everyone's breakthroughs had ended. Yao Zi Awen and Ao Wu had broken through to level 11. Yao Li and Bo Lu had broken through to level 12. Yang Dingtian had broken through to level 13 5th rank, which was much higher than what the Nether Ghost Emperor had expected. At this time, the day had ended, and it was night again. After the 6 of them had fully recovered their battle chi, they reluctantly returned to the surface and continued north to search for elemental creatures. After the Great Taboo Day, the elemental creatures were the most active. Therefore, in less than an hour, Yang Dingtian's countless wraiths found a cave. After entering, they were a little disappointed. It was a Naruto level 12 demonic succubus. This type of elemental creature sounded charming, but it was actually a fire snake with wings. Its specialty was that it had countless clones, and no one knew which one was real. If it had been in the past, it would have been a headache. But now, the 6 of them were using the most direct and violent method. Yang Dingtian directly used the demonic spirit Demon Fire's body immobilization technique to lock all the clones. Then, the 6 of them crazily released their ice chi. In a moment, the Naruto level 12 demonic succubus was destroyed. Then, Yang Dingtian automatically handed over the position of leader and handed the energy demonic crystal to Yao Li for safekeeping. After the few of them left the cave, they immediately used their fastest speed to recover their demonic chi, and then immediately went to explore the next cave. In just 2 hours, they found another cave. Unfortunately, it was still a level 11 elemental creature, and the 6 of them easily destroyed it. Another 4 hours passed. Countless wraiths discovered energy fluctuations again. It seemed that after the Great Taboo Day, there would be a wave of elemental creatures' activity. Tonight, they had already discovered 3. The third one was quite lucky. They encountered a level 13 flame demon. Immediately, Yao Li and the rest completely retreated to one side, letting Yang Dingtian attack independently. Previously, when Yang Dingtian was not even level 10, he destroyed a level 11 flame demon on his own. Currently, Yang Dingtian was at the 5th grade of the 13th rank. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to eliminate a 13th grade flame demon. In just 7.5 minutes, Yang Dingtian used demonic spirit demon fire plus void rending fire to create countless black holes on the flame demon's body, then it turned to ashes, dying tragically. After the hunt was completed, Yang Dingtian handed this 13 class 8th grade energy crystal to Yao Li. Then, he left at lightning speed, searching for the next target. This night, Yang Dingtian's team hunted a total of 5 elemental creatures. 3 level 11, 1 level 12, and 1 level 13. And this kind of frenzy after the Great Taboo Day was not over yet. During the day, the harvest was actually even more bountiful. They hunted a full 6 elemental creatures. Furthermore, among them, 1 was level 13, 2 were level 12, and 3 were level 11. It turned out that the yin energy of the Great Taboo Sun and Moon brought considerable weakness to the elemental creatures of the Dark Realm. Therefore, after the Great Taboo Day ended, countless elemental creatures came to the ground one after another, absorbing the yin energy of the 2 suns to make up for the losses caused by the Great Taboo Day. Therefore, half a month before the Great Taboo Day, the entire Dark Realm might have no harvest at all. But 2 months after the Great Taboo Day, the activity of elemental creatures would become very turbulent. Therefore, it was also the most bountiful time for hunters. On the second night of the Great Taboo Day, not only did the harvest not decrease, it increased instead. Yang Dingtian's team had hunted a total of 8 of them, which was their biggest harvest ever. Furthermore, this time, there were a total of 3 level 13. It was just that one of them was too powerful, so Yang Dingtian's team gave up. But even so, there were still 2 level 13, 3 level 12, and 2 level 11. Just like this, the 6 people completely did not sleep or rest, regardless of day or night, crazily hunting all day long, absolutely not missing this rare elemental creature activity frenzy. Amidst this extreme busyness, 2 months' time flew by quickly. The elemental creature frenzy brought about by the Great Taboo Day ended. Yang Dingtian and the others also ended the most sumptuous elemental creature feast. In these 2 months, the 6 of them had made another great breakthrough. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.